So if I figure I put it back on.
Is it all right if I start this?
Oh, certainly.
No, that's all right.
But yeah, just wanted to confirm we're all on the same page with how we're doing like second calls for remote testifiers.
Oh, right.
Good morning. I'm calling the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. It's 8:32 a.m. This morning, we're going to start with public testimony. But before we do that, is there anything from the department or any board member? And I would like to recognize that Nick Jackson, a former board member, is in the audience, way in the back there. I think we raised his hand. So we have some others here still, like Ted, still hanging around after his testimony yesterday. But at this time, I think we're going to start out. We've got a couple of people that were signed up yesterday that were unable to be here. And so is Patricia Salmon here today, this morning? It's the second call for Patricia Salmon. Not seeing her in the audience. And Nicholas Henry, are you in the audience this morning? Oh, this is the second call for Nicholas. And then Kristen Kelly. Is Kristen Kelly here? No. Not getting a response. And Percy Lolnitz. Is Percy here? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. He actually had to go fly back to Kaikook.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if he's planning to call in? Or he didn't say anything? Okay. We'll try to get a hold of him because he was going to do AC testimony, I believe. So we want to make sure we get that.
I think they might have Tom Kriska do it for them.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. Okay, with that, we'll start out with this morning's list then. And so, Philip Peter, are you here? The AC testimony from Lower Kuskokwim?
For the record, my name is...
Is your mic on? I can't see the light on it, so, yeah. It's on. Okay, thanks.
good morning. My name is Philip Peter. I'm from Makajogmit, which is originally from English name for that village in Sakachuk. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and the board members, and the staff, and the people on my back. Good morning. We had a meeting in Bethel, November 16, 2021. To work on these proposals. And proposal number 119 include muskox on the list of species that can be taken under a proxy permit. And how the AC voted on the proposal. Lower Kuskokwim AC voted 7-0 in favor of the proposal with the amendment to add registration hunts to the proposal. What the main discussion points were proxy hunting. Proxy hunting is common in our region. And proposal number 120 allow proxy hunting for moose. How the AC voted on the proposal. Lower Kuskokwim AC voted 7-0 in favor of the proposal. What the main discussion points were same as proposal 119 and does not matter who shoots the moose. This proposal would help elders and the disabled who cannot hunt their own. Number 3, proposal 132 allowed the use of game, bird wings and bags to be used as trapping bait and 132. How the AC voted on the proposal. Lower Kuskokwim AC voted 7-0 in favor of the proposal. We took no action on proposal 132 because the action taken on 131. What the main discussion points were, we want there to be less waste of game. These proposals allow for different use for bird parks. Proposal 171 allowed the use of game bird wings and backs to be used as trapping bait, and 132 out the AC voted on the proposal. Lower Kuskokwim AC voted 4-1 in favor of the proposal with 2 abstentions. And the last one on my testimony report, what the main discussion points, we discussed 2 different most population and how one side of the proposed border is under federal management and the other state management. Biologists pointed out that one side is Tier 2 hunt and the other is not. And John Andrew, our elder, abstained because he was neutral, but concerned about boundary conflicts. The other abstention was because the member felt it was outside our area. That's my report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your report. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Philip, for coming in. It was a great testimony. On proposal 120, dealing with proxy for moose, would you feel that your community would also want to have the same proxy for caribou?
We reject that. Melchetna caribous are closed. We closed that, and the board felt that they will not accept any proxy for hunting Melchetna caribou, only for the moose. And and this this is really interesting, you know. It's really interesting. When the state was managing the Unit 18 in my region, Kuskokwim, we used to hunt with a green permit. I don't know what they call that number. I forgot. Green permit for moose hunting and caribou hunting. And we don't, it was good. It was good, really good. And when, and hunting permits were changed. But I don't know, but I forgot when, maybe in 90s or 2000, 80s or 90s, the state Fish and Game introduced proxy. And proxy hunting, in my region, there's only 2 I know. When they first introduced proxy drawing, they had a drawing in Lower Calskeg. And I don't know how many people were traveling to Lower Calskeg to get that proxy permit for drawing. They sign up and pick a name. only my two nephews from my village, Sakichak, they picked their name. And I explained it to them not to lose those two permits. They're really important. I talked to them, explained them really good. You got to keep using those two proxies, whether you catch, whether you not catch. If you don't, you lose those two permits. You lose permits. And they're still doing it. And they're still doing it when Lower River Zone 1, we got 10-day hunt in Zone 1. And that Zone 1 closes, we move up to Zone 2, which is in Quislik River, right across from Three-Step Mountain. And that proxy hunting permit opens from Discovery tributary all the way to Unit 19A, which all of the Unit 19A, they hunt with their permit. Only 20-day hunt, 20-day hunt. And the other one I want to mention concerning about those proxies, we don't hunt the muskox. We don't hunt muskox in Lower Kuskokwim, only down in Nelson Island and Nunivak, which is Makoyak. It's same. When the proxy opened for muskox, some people who could afford it to go down to Tuksuk Bay to involve for proxy drawing. You know, right now, if I want a proxy, the plane fare one way from Bethel to Tuksuk, 45-minute ride, $300. Round trip, $600. Those people who could afford it to, if they're lucky, they hunt. If they pick their name. But we don't. We got few muskox roaming around in Gaelic, which is Tuntutu Lake area. Only few of them, not much. And one board member asked the biologist if they could open those muskox in Tuntutu Lake area, but he said they never reach over 100 yet. So that's my report, Mr. Chairman.
One more question for you, I think. Tosh, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Philip. Thank you for your report and for the beginning of your statement where you said this was interesting about the green harvest ticket.
Yeah.
That was a good description. You know, when I first moved to Bethel 25 years ago, you could go from Bethel to McGrath with one green harvest ticket.
Yeah.
And now, a few years ago, I looked at it and I went through 5 different areas, closed season, RM 650, RM 680. So things are changing, and that's we're working on it. We're trying to make it better.
Mr. Chairman, it's really confusing, those permits, what we use in Lower Kuskokwim. All of the Unit 18, it's really confusing. If we don't send it back, we got a penalty for $100 for not returning that ticket.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That was very informative. Next, we'll have Bruce Irwin.
Okay, get my timer started here. Thank you, Chair Burnett and members of the board. My name is Bruce Irvin, and I work for TCC in the Tribal Resource Stewardship Program. I'd like to start off talking about proposals 172 and 173. I oppose proposals 172 and 173. I would like to reiterate from testimony and comments made at the statewide board of game in 2020 that approving these proposals would open up the Dalton Highway corridor to unsustainable sport hunting. In the AC comments for 2022, the Koyukuk River AC acknowledged that repealing the Dalton Highway corridor management area would be highly detrimental to wildlife populations and habitat. In addition, back in 2020 at the Board of Game, the Alaska Wildlife Alliance stated they opposed Proposal 63, known today as 173, because the proposal would liberalize sport hunting in an area essential to the Central Arctic caribou herd while their numbers continued to decline. Since it peaked in 2010 at 70,000 animals, the size of the Central Arctic herd has fallen 69% to 50,000 in 2013. 22,000 in 2016. This repeal would remove significant protections against sport hunting from the road in the corridor. The Office of Subsistence Management also mentioned in 2020 that a repeal of the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area would have a significant impact on subsistence users living within the DHCMA and residents of Alatna, Allakaket, Anaktuvik Pass, Bettles, Evansville, and Stevens Village, as they currently can use snowmobiles and firearms to take wildlife within the DHCMA. If this proposal is adopted, competition with other Alaska residents would increase and would likely result in lower success rates and decreased opportunity for local subsistence users. I urge that you oppose Proposal 172 and 173. I oppose Proposal 244. There were some great points and concerns brought up with this proposal, and those individuals and our groups who are misusing this opportunity need to be confronted with legal action. The Community Subsistent Harvest Hunt, CSHH, is an important opportunity for the Yukon Flats, Chalkitsik, and Ahtna communities. The Ahtna communities lead by example, follow all regulations, and make sure their community members benefit in a good way. The CSHH is a vital and important way for these three communities to obtain food security. All three of these communities keep their elders, single parents, disabled individuals, veterans, and low-income families in mind when utilizing this opportunity. And this exemplifies the true meaning of community. We all know the uncertainty that we live with today dealing with COVID, and the food supply chain collapse is a constant threat, especially for rural Alaskans. We need to keep this opportunity available for those communities that truly benefit. So I ask you to oppose Proposal 244. I oppose Proposal 256. When I attended the Minto Ninana AC meeting, I heard a lot of great perspectives on this proposal, but I truly believe it is important to listen to the people who live there. They are out on the land, They see the seasons change, observe the wildlife activity, and they have the best real-time data on the condition of their natural resources. I support and respect their wishes, and in our culture, we listen to the voices of our elders and follow their guidance. I defer to their expertise and stress that you oppose Proposal 256. I oppose Proposal 271. This proposal is statewide, and there should be adequate notice to the ACs and residents of the areas not in this board cycle. Because this proposal came up out of cycle for a lot of ACs, we should give them enough time to review and properly weigh in. I also feel that the current proposal definition in Proposal 271 cannot be applied to all game management units because each GMU is unique and various wildlife require different speeds. I respect Nushagak AC and support them because they spend a lot of time trying to figure out an amended definition that could benefit most game management units in a good way. So I ask that you oppose Proposal 271. So in closing, I'd like to thank you, Chair, board members, for listening to my testimony. Janine.
Thank you. You were very clear. Board member questions? Alan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious, did you have an opinion on 169, which would restrict the taking of white animals?
Listening to people testify yesterday, it's, there's a lot of pros and cons to it, but, I think it might be a little bit more looked into because, it would impact different animals. In the wintertime, a lot of animals change their color. And so that's one thing I would really think about and look into. But I can really understand their point of view, and I respect what they're trying to do.
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bruce, for being here. Great job. It was very clear. I'm just curious, getting back to the Dalton Highway stuff, and I asked Rochelle this yesterday. Have you been contacted by DNR, DOT, BLM, any of the other agencies that are engaged in this?
Personally, myself, no.
Okay. One thing that, for me, this morning I read it again, but I would encourage, everybody who's thinking about the Dalton to take a look at the Department of Law comments. It's a quagmire of statute issues, and it does a good job of walking through that. And I continue to read it. I can't say I got it all figured out yet, but I continue to look at it. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
No more questions. Thanks again for your testimony.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate all your hard work.
Okay, next we have Dan Dunaway, Nushagak AC. And Dan, before you start your testimony, I have to make a little comment. Dan was recognized for a Excellence in Service Award at our Wasilla meeting, but I'm not sure that he and everyone else here heard the award, so I'm going to let Christy speak for a minute.
Thank you. We recognized you in Wasilla, not knowing you were going to be here in person. So now that you are here in person, I would just like to read a few comments that came with Dan's nomination from one of his fellow AC members. So first of all, thank you, Dan, for all the hard work you do on the AC. We appreciate that. Dan Dunaway has served on the Nushagak AC for 16 years, including as secretary for many of those. As a former Department of Fish and Game employee, Dan brings a biologically based critical thinking approach to the process. Dan's active participation in sport and subsistence fisheries and hunting makes him an asset to the AC. Dan also participates in other committees such as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Regional Advisory Council and the Migratory Bird Council. And Dan's service extends to the Department of Fish and Game, where he is known to help settle new department staff upon arrival, as well as volunteering during staff absences. in the wildlife department. Dan also promotes department outreach to the public by helping with PSAs and radio spots to discuss items of interest and points of potential confusion with hunts. So again, thank you, Dan, for your work on the advisory committee.
I wasn't ready for all that flattery. I'm humbled. Thank you. Just kind of do what we need to do. So I am not on the Migratory Bird Council. But yeah, that's another word for being real nosy. But thank you, and opinionated. But I'm Dan Dunaway. I guess I don't need to introduce myself more. But before I address our main concern here, I'm here for the Nushagak Advisory Committee as the representative. Some of you may know that we've been without a Game Unit 17 biologist for something like 3 years. I mean, so long we kind of lose track. We've had a couple of people that were hired but didn't last very long. It was a real disappointment. And it's been real difficult for us without a biologist. But I'm really happy to have learned that just as I was coming up here, we have a new biologist has landed in Dillingham. Took him a whole week trying every day to get there. From his background in Oregon, we're really hopeful that he'll be good for us out there. I understand, too, very soon, an assistant has been hired and should be on site. And this is a real relief. They've got some really cool studies going. There's this good money you talked about. We have a really good relationship. And this is something I'm really proud to see, is that out there, the federal agents and the state wildlife biologists work together, and together they get so much more done than I've been involved where there wasn't that camaraderie, and it's difficult and embarrassing. So I'm glad that we have a good operation there. We're really hopeful for these biologists because we have a very low caribou herd. There's real concern about our moose. We've kind of got mixed messages, and without a consistent biologist, it's kind of hard to know what the interpretation is. So hopefully these are getting resolved now. Going on to AC work here. On February 3rd, AC met to develop fish proposals for the Board of Fish, and to address the board-developed Proposal 271 that came out of the January meeting. That developed from the proposal number 23 about positioning wolves with snow machines, wolves and wolverines. All we were seeking to do was to include Game Unit 17 wolf hunting practices under existing regulations for Game Units 18, 22, 23, and 26A. The 271 came out as a pretty big surprise for us. And so at our February 3 meeting, it was taking up too much time. We created a subcommittee delegated to work out the discussion on it and develop a proposition for the AC. And so that's what I plan to present here today. It's also, the full minutes of the subcommittee meeting are on AC 28 in your meeting materials in its entirety. I'm going to offer a little shorter version here. We discussed the issues and the proposal of 271 over portions of 2 days, and we kind of boiled it down to a few points that we really wanted to make. A lot of emphasis and discussion went on that 15 miles an hour approach speed for wolf hunting is utterly unworkable. They can trot along much faster than that for a long ways. It just won't work. We're okay with it for caribou. It's a whole different thing. But for wolves and wolverines, wolverines travel at a steady lope all day long, and wolves can really put on the speed. Another point was the 300-yard restriction. Again, it's just utterly unacceptable. Wolves are a relatively small target, and at 300 yards, they're quite a bit smaller. And if you're huffing and puffing and they're trotting or anything, very quickly, they're not at 300 yards anymore. And the original proposal writer, or the advocate for Proposal 23, he pointed out that trying to shoot at a moving wolf 300 yards is not really even ethical. You don't want to be wrecking the hide. You don't want to be damaging the animal. So a hunter isn't likely to make an ethical shot on a wolf or even smaller wolverine. And we need to be allowed to get much closer. The AC members in general, I think, can say that they've been really active in harvesting wolves. And since 2011, you can see a pretty high rifle or take of animals, usually more than the airplane hunters do in the IM area. In fact, we were kind of snickering to ourselves that the airplane hunters were complaining they couldn't find any wolves because, well, we call them our upriver boys. They're doing a good job. And I think it makes a big difference in our caribou and moose herds. The moose really concentrate along the river, and the wolves can really wreak havoc on them. So our guys are out there taking 40 to, I think, as many as 60 wolves in a wintertime when we have good snow. So at this meeting, we discussed strategies on how to deliver our concerns to the board. Number one, we were kind of shocked in our previous testimony here how we were just seeking to look out for our game management union. We didn't anticipate making a statewide issue out of positioning. And we didn't want to impose this on other people. We didn't want to really stir things up. And we're very concerned about, do all the other advisory committees have full knowledge of this and had full opportunity to discuss it? And so that's a big concern. So some of the things, that strategies we discussed were like asking the Board of Game to delay any action on 271 until we can be assured that all ACs have a full opportunity to discuss it among themselves and the user groups. There's awful short notice from January till now. Several members of the committee were really concerned about, short notice again. We also discussed whether to provide only comments, like why we don't like it, or whether we should offer language. Ultimately, with the help of biologist Chris Brockman out of Palmer and Trooper Dave Bump out of King Salmon, we decided to offer some language. And I want to thank both of those guys for being really helpful to us. We did focus on just Game Unit 17, not wanting to step out of our backyard, so to speak. Our final consensus was about 3 points here. Number one, Nushagak AC is opposed to the language proposed in 271 as written on restricting speed and distance. And we're very emphatic about that. Number two, we decided it's best to offer some language we like to look out for our interests. And I have these in bold in our minutes under point 2 in our final consensus section. I'll read it here. Position, definition of position means a snow machine may be used to approach individual game animal at any speed and including multiple approaches and allow the pursuit of fleeing game. A snow machine may not be used to contact the animal. That was something else we wanted to emphatically oppose. Any sort of running over the animal or hitting the animal, or that sort of thing. That's just not right, and it doesn't match the ethics of the folks we know. And finally, number 3, the Nushagak AC requests the game management units 17 wolf and wolverine hunters be allowed to pursue a fleeing animal. It seems like that's a real concern in some regulations, so we added that. Again, thanks to biologist Chris Bachman and Trooper Bump for their help. Kind of separate from that, and I don't know if you call it personal testimony or as it's added information. As mentioned in my introduction, I serve on the Federal Subsistence RAC for Bristol Bay. And I wanted to let the board know, the RAC submitted a very similar proposal for the federal lands. We often work to try to have parallel regulations that mesh as closely as possible so that when the hunter's out there on the grounds, he's not going, am I in federal land, am I in state land? What do I do here? And that's a real burden when you're just trying to say, try not to drive in this hole, where's the caribou, whatever. So we try to have them match because it's not a service to the public if they're out there just baffled. So the Federal Subsistence Board will be, our proposal for the feds was Wildlife Proposal 22-40 in the Federal Subsistence book. They will be taking this proposal up in April 12 to 15 meeting. Last fall, our RAC and frankly myself were involved with recommending the 15 miles an hour and 300 yards for wolves in the federal lands. Excuse me. At that time, we didn't anticipate this statewide kind of issue perking up. Studies on our nearest federal lands to Dillingham is the Togiak Refuge, and at this point, it doesn't appear that wolves are a particular concern on that federal land. So we've had a long effort to try to allow out-and-out predator control on federal lands. The RAC is, before I even was on it, was pushing for that, and it's a dead end with the federal bureaus. So we thought this was something of a compromise to be allowed. Again, we're not seeing the statewide implications. When we became aware of those, our February 8th meeting, we discussed it, and we have asked that the WP 2240 be removed from the Federal Subsistence Board, a consensus agenda. It was going to probably just get passed blanket with a bunch of other ones. We've asked them to remove it, and our chairman will be discussing these statewide implications at the Federal Subsistence Board and asking them to postpone any action pending what you choose to do here. We often try to wait, not get ahead of the state Board of Game, because a lot of times the state rules tend to be more widespread over more area. So I was really eager for you to know that development. Whether the Federal Subsistence Board honors our request or not, I don't know, but typically the RAC is actually supposed to have more influence on the Federal Subsistence Board. They're supposed to have priority. And so I think that I've covered that. Again, our chair for the RAC will be at the April meeting and explaining these impacts from 271. That concludes my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stasha's question, go ahead.
Thank you, Dan. Congratulations again on your work on the AC committee. Yeah, that's really good work. Your AC did a lot of good work on this, and I think your definition looks really good to me. The only flaw I can really think of is that right at the end, a snow machine may be not used to contact the animal, maybe at least while it's alive. When it's dead, a lot of the guys put the wolf on the machine. So other than that, that looks really good to me, and it looks like you guys did good work on that. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any additional board questions? Al, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yep, thank you, Dan. Thank you for all your service, and congratulations on your award. And I thank you for the amended language. That's what we were hoping to get, some more input from people that did recognize it as a time to make comments on. Did your committee talk about solids versus expanding bullets, Proposal 129?
I don't recall if we did in some of these minutes are from what, a year ago
Yeah.
or something. I don't recall that we did. There's been over the years a little bit of discussion. I can't really speak for the AC beyond that. I don't really know. I think most people tend to use expanding bullets for meat animals and solids for fur animals, that, to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Dan, I just want to let you know your assistant AB got there Thursday. So I don't know when you were headed this way, but you may have passed.
That's very good news.
Go ahead.
This is Caroline Brown for the record. I'm looking forward to meeting you after the meeting, but I wanted to know if your AC had any opportunity to discuss Proposal 22, the CNT finding.
I'm trying to call, it seems like we did. I'd have to refer you to the minutes, and I don't know if we have, that's probably in our fisheries minutes. I'd have to look. We did, I think, off the top of my head, I can't imagine we had any real concerns or objections. But I wasn't prepared to discuss it here, and this was our real concern.
No worries. I can look in the minutes and follow up with you. Thank you.
I might be able to help find them if you can't. Thank you.
Any additional board questions? If not, thanks again, and thanks for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, Carrie Stevens.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Christy. It's good to see many of you after a long break from being together. I'm Carrie Stevens, and I'm a resident of Fairbanks, and you all make me so nervous. I'm here testifying as myself, but I am faculty at UAF and have worked with many of you before, but you still make us all nervous sitting in this seat. I really can't add too much to Dan's testimony on Proposal 271. I also oppose this proposal. I do not feel like rural ACs have had a voice in that process. And in my experience, this is a very big issue for rural hunters and their practices, and really goes to the heart of the philosophy of gathering and providing for family. And I feel like this is a bit of over-regulation and judgment as to what is respectful or not respectful. And as all of you know, I have met no more respectful hunters than those providing for their families, and have been ticketed and fined in this regard, which is how this proposal even began from Dan's region. So I just want to reiterate his testimony there. Regarding proposals 172 and 173 on the Dalton, I also greatly oppose those for all of the reasons other testifiers on this issue have. I do not feel like this was the promise or the intention when the Dalton Highway Corridor was established by the state. And while I know it's out of your purview and your decision-making regarding public safety, I don't know how many of you have ever driven the Dalton Highway Corridor. I do regularly and actually will again today. I cannot even imagine what this would look like. We have tourists standing in the middle of the road while men are working, they're living, hauling oil, gas, supplies to the North Slope, and we have tourists taking pictures in the middle of the road. This will result in death, I guarantee it. And I just really encourage you to think about what this will look like on the ground. Now, I know that's outside of your purview here, but it shouldn't be outside of your human decision-making capabilities. We also know the Central Arctic caribou herd is not doing well, and this will greatly impact that herd as well. What I wanted to really spend time on, although I'm almost out of time, is the community hunt. I also greatly oppose Proposal 244 and believe because of one broken issue in one area, we're looking at disregarding a community hunt process that's very critical and important across the state. It recognizes that 30% of the community provides for 70% of the community across rural Alaska. These are your own statistics from multiple technical reports put out by ADF&G. We know that over 176% of protein, again, your own reports from 2017, in rural communities are from wild fish and wild game. The community hunt system is underutilized. Let's ask ourselves why. In a report from 2018 by Taylor Brailsford, he points out that urban ACs over the years of 2000 to 2017 met nearly 100 times, including the Fairbanks AC. Rural ACs met less than 10 times in that same period. They do not even know these opportunities exist for them to provide for their people. I think that the community hunt system would really alleviate a lot of reporting issues if it was used appropriately. I really appreciate Christy and her office and her work, but rural ACs are not supported. We've had ADF&G staff say, I don't send them reading materials because they don't read it. And so if you ask yourselves, why isn't the community hunt being used more across the state? These are the reasons I believe to be why. We know that in state and federal law, subsistence is a priority in this state. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And questions from the board members here? So you didn't tell us where you live when you in your testimony and what you teach at the university?
So I believe I said I am a Fairbanks resident.
Yeah.
I did live in the Yukon Flats for 14 years before moving to Fairbanks, and I teach tribal governance. And so a lot of that work is with rural hunters and fishers, and actually teaching Board of Game. Al has come to our classes. Orville, of course, has come to our classes. We haven't had them in quite a while because of COVID, or we have them via Zoom. And I also teach the AC process, really just encouraging that people use the AC processes and the Board of Game process to have their voice heard and their needs met. So we don't come to these critical points without conversation.
Thank you. And I don't see any other questions. So one comment, if you're nervous sitting up there, make sure you're always nervous when you're testifying or teaching your class. Thank you.
I am. Thank you.
Next on our list is Hope Roberts. Is Hope here? Not seeing any response. Hope? Then we'll give her another opportunity later, but Lucia Lincoln, are you here? Our Ernst Eric. Ernst Eric here? Then we'll go to Robert Janke.
Good morning.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, name's Bob Yankee. And I thank you folks for giving us the opportunity. I'm going to report some stuff from the Ketchikan AC. That's where I'm from, is Ketchikan, 14 miles north.
Excuse me, but are you also going to do your personal testimony?
Yeah, I signed up for a personal one too. Which
Okay.
would you like me to?
Well, no, just which one you're giving, and if you give the AC and then your personal, that's fine.
Okay, that works for me. Thank you. So I think our AC has had a facelift here in the last year, and we have a lot of members. We're completely full. A lot of members that have interest in game issues, trapping issues. So I'll just start with just the comments on some of the proposals here. 134, the use of cameras or sensory devices to monitor trap locations. We supported that, but we supported a no action on that because it was kind of convoluted. It's one thing to have a camera on your trap sets that would help you dispatch an animal quicker and regulate any trap thievery, which has happened. And so we took no action. We'll leave it up to the board to decide on that one. That was 134. 144 and 145. This is on cats being being released into the wild. Let's see, 144, we opposed that one, and 145, because of the way it was written, we supported that one. But both of them where we do not support cats, feral cats, that's what they end up being. So 146, we oppose limit big game registration permits to one species per year. The comment on that was this would prevent people from legally pursuing game in the state where they can harvest more than one animal in a registration hunt. 147, this was a close one. We supported it 5-4, allow the sale of prepared game trophies under a permit. Some concerned this would result in trophy hunting with the purpose to sell. Others believe we should have the right to sell our prepared trophy if we wish. So that was a close one, but we did support that. And 150, this one we opposed unanimously, 9-0. Increase the number of times a hunter may apply for drawing permit hunts for each species. We do not support pay to play. Those with the biggest wallet have the best odds. And then we go to 153. Let's go to 154. Direct ADF&G to issue an additional permit when a party application is drawn as last permit. Now, this was another meeting of another day, and we had 12 members in this meeting, and all 12 supported this, 154. And 157, amend the language in the existing regulation for authorizing methods and means disability exemptions to be more consistent with the statute. And unanimously, we supported this after Fish and Game explained to us that even a nurse or an out-of-state physician can sign the paperwork to allow this disability. And down southeast, that means you can go shoot deer out of a boat. And there's a lot of us disagree with that. But anyhow, I think it should be more consistent with the statute. And 159, change the sealing and reporting requirements to business days instead of calendar days. We supported that unanimously, 12-0. 161, change the salvage requirement for sheep, goat, and deer to all meat on the outside of the ribs. We voted not to support that, but the reason we did was of the language that it didn't include the meat between the ribs. So it should be all meat on the ribs that isn't bloodshot or ruined. And otherwise, we would have supported it, no problem. And then the last, I think, is 247, discontinue lethal taking of wolves under predation control implementation plans. And to discontinue predator control, we opposed that unanimously, 0-12. I have a note here, we highly oppose that. And down by us, we have a lot of wolves. There's no airplane hunting down there, but we see the damage wolves do, and we back predator control on wolves. And I believe that's it. For
So
the
that's-
AC.
That's your AC. Any questions on his AC testimony? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Bob, coming all the way up here, long trip. Proposal 162, I didn't see any kind of action on the salvage requirement for hares.
Oh, for bears?
Hares, snowshoe
Oh,
hares.
Oh, hares. Oh, we don't have rabbits down there.
Oh,
Sorry.
so that's why it was left blank. Okay, I didn't know if it was a misprint or what. Thank you.
Yeah. We try not to get too involved with the interior stuff unless somebody down there comes in and, has an issue.
I learned something today.
Okay.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll ask this before Al does. So did your AC talk about proposal 129, using full metal jackets versus soft points?
We did discuss that, yes. And we did not come to a solid conclusion on that. There was comments both ways. So we probably just took no action on it.
Any additional board comments on or questions on the AC testimony? If not, then go ahead with your personal testimony.
Okay, thank you. And so let's see. I wanted to comment on the camera thing, personally comment on it. I've had traps stolen, wolf traps. And I can see the person that proposed this, I can see his problem there. I don't know how much that could be abused, but I can understand where he's coming from on that. And I believe this fella is either a trooper or an ex-trooper. So I think he's creditable. So anyhow, I'll go on to 145. Of course, that's the cat issue. And there again, personally, I do not want feral cats out in the woods. And the doctor thing, we had a lot of discussion on that one. A lot of that had to do with out-of-state physicians signing paperwork that ADF&G could accept. And I think we should keep it within state. And the last one I'd like to comment on are the trail buffers for trappers. We had this issue down in Ketchikan here just a couple years ago. With the help of Senator Dan Sullivan's office, we eliminated the buffers. And one of the reasons for that was it was on the Forest Service land, the trails were, most of them were ex-trap trails. But it was an overreach by the Department Forest Service. And the reason for that was because it was an emergency order and it was never acted upon for several years, or a few years anyhow. So with the help of them and ATA, you know, we come to conclusions. The Forest Service had posted signs that trappers need to be responsible when they're trapping. Our chapter, I head the chapter for Alaska Trappers Association there, Southern Southeast chapter. I made up a bunch of miniature models of dog safe sets for marten. And we had a couple public meetings where we presented this. Since this come about, I think 3 years ago, well before the pandemic, we haven't had any issues. I check with Fish and Game, the game division, every year, every season, every trap season. There hasn't been any issues with dogs or anybody for that matter. So it's worked out real good. Forest Service posted these signs at the head of all the trails, and it seems to work out pretty good. And it explains the trapper's responsibility, has a responsibility, and also the dog owners have a responsibility. And so I do own a store. Me and my wife have a mom and pop store there, Trapline Supplies. And I promote this a lot through my store, that the trappers have that responsibility to be responsible if they're trapping on the trails. But most of our trapping is done out of boats, skiffs, on the beaches. So it's not usually an issue, but so I think that pretty much does it. I appreciate it.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Bob, on your stuff down in Ketchikan, so do you have setbacks on your trails for larger traps or just the signage at the beginning of the trails?
It's, yeah, it's, no, like beaver setting, we promote, you know, underwater sets anywhere close to trails. Wolf sets are, but there isn't anything written. This is what we promote, and like I say, there hasn't been an issue. Our trappers are very responsible down there.
So basically what you're telling us here is that you guys have accomplished and reduced the conflicts simply through signage on your trails?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and, well, and public meetings and,
Sure.
you know, and our trapper meetings. And,
Outreach programs and things like
Yeah.
that?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Al?
Yep, thank you, Bob, for coming all the way up here again. Can you give us your thoughts on 131 and 132, which is the bird wings and bird backs for trap bait?
Oh. Well, okay, I don't have that. Can you just read,
It's, there, an author has requested that you be allowed to use, the bird wings and legs and backs off larger birds like geese. The Board of Game had passed a restriction on that a few years back. And so it's been recycled to, get back what trappers used to be able to use for trap bait.
Okay, yeah, I understand then. I don't have a problem with anything that's non-edible, you know, for using. I've done it in the past with our grouse, you know, and it's a very good, you know, marten bait. It's a tractor, you know, but no, I'm totally against shooting a grouse and putting it up for bait. Yes, totally.
Ryan, did you have a question?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Bob, yeah, thanks for coming up. There's a handful of us from Southeast here. It's a little bit longer trip for us. I'm curious about your personal opinion on Proposal 161, and that's the rib meat salvage for deer, sheep, and goats. And since
Yeah.
we've got 2 of the 3 species, and yeah, what do you think?
Well, what I said there was the AC's opinion, and it's mine too, because I'm a meat hunter, I'm not a trophy hunter, first come, first serve, what's legal, and I feed the family, I have been for 50 years down there now, 51 years, and raised my kids since 78. I got a brother that was in the taxidermy business down there, he's retired, he was a state sealer, he still is a state sealer. And, but he's incapacitated as far as hunting. So without doing a proxy, I share my meat with him. So we, you know, and a deer is different than a big moose or something. We bring them home whole and then, you know, butcher it completely. And we're proud to take headshots. But yeah, no, that was kind of convoluted with that proposal because it didn't include the meat in between the ribs. And might not be a lot, but when you got 4 permits and you take it off of 4 deer, it really adds to the hamburger pile.
Thank you. Any additional questions? If not, thank you again for your testimony. And by the way, there are snowshoe rabbits up in Juneau, so.
Oh, okay. I don't go that far north in my
But-
skiff.
So I'm not sure where they end. You know, they're probably around Wrangell too. But,
I don't know.
okay.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
again.
And I would like to at this time recognize that we do have another former board member in the room, Tom Lamel from Fairbanks. And Nate Turner's here again this morning. So with that, next testifier should be Tommy Kriska. Tommy Kriska here? Yeah, go ahead, Tostash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I talked to him a little while ago. He had to catch a plane. He really wanted to convey his thoughts on 271, but if he didn't catch his plane, he wouldn't get out for like another 4 or 5 more days, so he had to leave.
Okay, thank you. And I'm hoping that he was able to convey his thoughts and perhaps put something in writing or an email back to us. Okay, so Tyler Friel. And make sure your microphone's on. Okay,
There we
thank
go,
you.
technology. Yeah, I said, my name's Tyler Friel, I'm a Fairbanks resident. There's plenty of proposals I'd love to comment on, so I'm just gonna try to blast through my thoughts on some of the ones. Primarily, my proposals I submitted, I tried to be as thorough as I could in the descriptions and how I wrote them, but I wanted to just make sure and show up so I could answer any questions maybe regarding them. The first one, proposal 246 regarding sealing of sheep horns. My proposal is to eliminate the language permanently from the sealing requirement for sheep horns. I support needing to seal sheep horns and verify legality and whatever, study information Fish and Game gets from that. But I am opposed to the, what I consider unnecessarily destructive method of sealing. I don't think it's not consistent with how other game animals that are required to be sealed are. What I'm talking about is the aluminum plug. When you take your sheep to get sealed, they take a DeWalt drill and drill a hole in your sheep horns and hammer this plug in there. And the first 2 years I remember that sealing was required was a locking tag that could be put in the skull cap or the eye socket of a sheep that could be removed by the taxidermist. Now, some people like it. I've never liked the plug, and I haven't really heard any logical argument that would make it necessary or require the use of that particular sealing method. I haven't heard any information or that the state or benefit that the state has or any prosecution based on using that plug, as a record of where a sheep comes from. And I'll leave it at that. I also pretty much described all this stuff in the proposal. My other one is for to bring involving wireless trail cameras that can send pictures. Proposal 134. I would also say, testify in favor of proposal 234. These trail cameras on trap lines and such. On bear baiting, I mainly would like to see these trail cameras brought under the 3 a.m. the following day communication rules that currently exist. These differing rules for different devices are kind of confusing. I mean, even among troopers, you'll hear, I've heard that they are, even though the statute clearly says that they're not allowed to be used. Some troopers interpret it as though you can use them 3 a.m. the next day, and even just I would like to see all these communication methods brought under the 3 a.m., but particularly the wireless trail cameras on bear baits. It does bring a benefit, that I don't think it's an unfair advantage. Primarily, it just saves me gas and time. I know if there's no activity, I don't go hunt when I otherwise would. It doesn't really affect whether or not I get a bear, just how much gas I'm going to spend doing it. The next one, I would say, I would like to testify against proposed Prop 233, which would either eliminate the maximum draw weight or set a 55-pound draw weight for some of the larger game species. I can sympathize with the nature of the proposal, promoting education of proper archery equipment to be effective on game animals, but I don't think that this proposal would actually benefit that. And setting the draw weight is one, it's not completely arbitrary, but it's one factor in the whole of how effective your archery tackle is. Sometimes a 65-pound compound bow with a certain combination, a certain arrow broadhead setup will actually a lot of times penetrate less than a 50-pound longbow or recurve. And I've shot a lot of bears and some moose with sub 55-pound recurves and longbows. I've killed a grizzly bear and a big black bear with a 50-pound longbow and a stone arrowhead, and and with no problem and complete penetration and performance. So I just think that that's an unnecessary proposal, and I don't think it would accomplish what it says it's setting out to do. Another one I would comment on, proposal, I think it's 267, the 19C sheep, non-resident restrictions. I don't have a for or against. I can kind of see both sides of the issues. Over 10 years ago, I submitted a similar statewide proposal, and my feelings have somewhat changed on that. Sheep are an issue. I've been sheep hunting for about 18 years. There's a lot of more experienced sheep hunters, but I'm very passionate about it. And basically, my input would be, and what the things I want the board to consider is, I wouldn't want to see opportunity reduced unnecessarily when there's not a biological need for it. Just because sheep hunting gets harder or it's harder to find legal rams, that in itself I don't think is a good reason to restrict. But I also don't want residents to lose opportunity along with non-residents if it's not necessarily. I think residents do need to have priority when it comes to that. So I think that's just something to consider. We're seeing a new federal subsistence WSA written up to close certain federal lands in the Brooks Range. We've lost some opportunities over the years. When I testified before the board over 10 years ago on this, we were told, we're going to have it fixed through guide use areas by 2013, and that just hasn't happened. So anyway, I see my time's up.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Not hearing any questions, good testimony. I'm sure we'll all take it into account and try to make a good decision if we can. Thank you. If there's anyone in the room who hasn't signed up for public testimony and wishes to, the deadline is approaching rapidly, since it's 10 o'clock this morning. That's about 10 minutes from now. So make sure you get signed up if you haven't. And with that, I think we're going to take right. We're going to take a 15-minute break at this point and come back, and we've got a couple more people to testify. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We have some additional public testimony this morning. Ernst Eric, you were not here earlier when you came up. Are you here now? Okay, would you like to testify? Thank you. Is your microphone needs to be turned on. You push the button, not the one right there, yeah.
Okay, is that better? Okay, thank you. Good evening and good morning. My name is Ernest D. Eric. I'm with the tribe. I come from north of Fairbanks, a big landowner up there in Benedictine Arctic Village, 1.8 million acres of land. And today, that land is very clean. No contamination on that land. I'm here to protect the food chain of the food that lives off the land, the moose, the caribou, all the species, all the ducks, waterfowl. We've been protecting those areas for a number of years. And today, our fish is declining, our moose is declining, our caribou is declining. The environmental issue is being disturbed by human being, and the ocean is being contaminated by trash, by dirty water, dirty lakes. I've been seeing that for a number of years. I don't live here in Fairbanks or Anchorage, but I've been here for the last 2 years. I see what's on the land. How much of the lakes is contaminated that I cannot eat that fish, any kind of species of a fish. Or the river, the wastewater is going into the Chena River, Tanana, Yukon. Well, not really Yukon, because watershed's been cleaning that up to not have a pipe going into the main source of water. For example, the caribou is migrated here in Fairbanks, Eagle Summit. I've been here for 2 years. First time in my life I received a harvest ticket. I went up there to hunt, but there was no use of hunting because I see a lot of dead animals, not from our people, but from outsiders. The Native people respect the land, they respect for the animals, they respect the water. All that, many years now, we just look at it, looking at these people coming in from all direction, contaminating. You have good words here on the table to protect your job. But me, I have to live on the land with my grandchildren, my grandmother, my grandfather. They live off this land for a number of years. Today, we're being outnumbered from you folks, many years now. But we have to stand up with our grounds to protect that. Fairbanks doesn't care. Anchorage doesn't care. All the organizations that are there to be helping the Native people to make sure that food is being protected, that lake is being protected. So we need we talk about job opportunity for everybody. Those are the areas that we need to be cleaning up today. If you look at every park site inside Fairbanks, it's all trash. A lot of organizations receive federal, state organization dollars. A lot of it. Everybody has a job here, I see that. We Native people, only thing we care about is the environment, the wildlife, the water flow. But nobody's protecting that. Over 40, 50, 100 years, we've been explaining it to you people. Today, the fish is declining. I wouldn't say why is that, because I already see what's being disturbed by the environment. We have North Slope up there, big oil company, big pipeline goes through the fine last frontier of the land. Over 99% of ocean water is being put back into the ground from getting pro-development, contaminating North Slope. We're asking for more. You people are asking for more to contaminate those areas, like 1002 land, for example. Fairbanks water is not a very good water. We need to clean it up. We talk about job opportunities. We need to clean it up. Over 10 power plant operation, big money making. We just look at it because the air quality is being disturbed by these power plants. I've been living here for 2 years. I was gone for 38 years in my country, listening to you folks not making a decision for me as a Native person. You're making a decision for yourself. Put it on black and white, put it on the computer, calling that education. I don't believe in that. I read these stuff. Our grandchildren are already been taught the value of our grandmothers and grandfathers. They taught us in a good way to protect the land, to being clean. Today, the fish quality went down. Now everybody is gathering, making testimony again. Tomorrow we'll make a testimony over 1002 lands to open up, which is not right. We need to clean it up, not continue destroying those land, those fish habitat, the Channel River, the Porcupine, the Koyukon, Kobuk rivers. All those are clean area that the fish lives there, and it goes back, those habitat lives there, and goes back to the ocean. And down there, they're fighting over the dollar to make a dollar. I've been poor all my life, but I got a job. I'm respectful for that, to take care of the children of the land. That's my job as being a judge. But today, I see you folks are presenting yourself here to listen on all the testimony that is being made today. I'm friends to everybody, but within the state of Alaska, the last frontier, somebody has got to have a heart to step up, no matter what kind of color you are, and do a good job to serve them, to represent them. If you look at Fairbanks, Alaska, over 35,000 people lives here, maybe 40 without not being counted for. Nobody cared about picking up the waste of the land, the waste that they killed. They need to protect those areas. You need to put the regulations on the people that's getting licensed to go out and hunt. They don't eat those animals. They just get a little chunk of it, but they forget about the rest of it. It rots, creating bacteria. That's why today there's so much bacteria in the air from a big war is going on over there. How much contaminating is going to be presented into the ocean? 250 to 300,000 of wastewater going to Quick Inlet from Anchorage. Over 250 gallons from the refinery, just one, excuse me, not the refinery, the power plant going into the Chena River. How much your boy, my grandchildren, your grandchildren, I don't need to use the lawyer's words here at all. I'm talking for my grandchildren so he could understand that. You know, someone has got to have a heart here. I'm outnumbered, I could see that. Because I'm speaking on the behalf of my heart to the fine people that's trying to represent the state of Alaska. The governor in 1971, September 7, they never give us a chance to be any kind of document or be in any kind of organization. We outnumber. That's my point of view. Each one of us here got grandchildren that live off the land. I'm not a guy, I respect when you turn your key and your exhaust goes on. That's your problem. You need to fix it up here.
Okay.
My country is clean. I have whitefish. I have moose. I got caribou. But you guys are destroying it because of that piece of paper, that document that you make against me or against whatever people that's living off the land. But I truly respect you people. But you have to have a heart to listen to every document. I'm not here for the commercial. Commercial is destroying what needs to be alive today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your testimony. Would you like
Any questions?
any questions from board members for him? I don't think so. I think you were very clear with your testimony, and thank you.
Thank you.
Next, it's Richard Cameron.
Morning. Red light, okay. Thank you for allowing me to testify before you here today. My name is Dick Cameron. I'm a Fairbanks resident, and this is a personal testimony, although I am one of the newest boards of directors for the Resident Hunters of Alaska, or RAC. A little about me. Our family's unclear when my grandfather left Scotland, but he landed in Juneau in 1917, and the family's been kicking around this state ever since. Most of the family's recreational activities when I was growing up centered around the outdoors, and most of it was about gathering food. A family camp out on one of the nearby islands was not a success if we didn't get back home with a couple gallons of berries or a cooler full of some type of fish, crab, or shrimp. Once I was old enough to venture out alone, my spring afternoons were spent grouse hunting. Summers, I fished incessantly. In the fall, I duck hunted before school. The highlight of every fall was our annual pilgrimage to Admiralty Island and the family hunting cabin. It was on those trips with my father, brother, and friends where it all started to make perfect sense to me. The culture of the campsite, the respect to the elements, care and preparation of meat, and a deep appreciation for everything the rainforest had to offer. Basically, the Alaskan chosen way of life. My father was an avid moose hunter. He made multiple trips to Yakutat in the interior and hunted the Taku River south of Juneau in his off years. The pictures looked amazing, but I never caught the moose hunting bug, although I certainly enjoyed eating it. My first trip north for the purpose of hunting came in the 80s when a friend of mine and I decided it was time we figured out what sheep hunting was all about. Luckily, one of my lifelong friends was living in Kotzebue at the time and working for the Department of Fish and Game, so the Western Brooks was the only logical choice for two dudes from Juneau with zero clue what sheep hunting really was. Even though I routinely chased blacktails on the mountaintops near home, nothing prepared me for what I felt standing on a ridgeline with the Eli River on my left and 1,500 feet down and 2 legal rams 200 yards ahead of me. Since then, I've hunted sheep in a couple different ranges, and each one's been their own uniquely special experience. I wouldn't go so far as self-labeling as a sheep hunter, more like a blacktail hunter with sheep aspirations. My experiences aside, what are we going to do to ensure the longevity of Dall sheep and Alaskans' opportunity to continue to hunt them with an over-the-counter tag? Since we can't control weather and predator control is not an available option, then we must do something about the human interaction. Proposal 267 addresses this very issue in 19C with the basic understanding that there is a problem. I have nothing against guides or the professional hunting industry in general. When I travel outside of Alaska to hunt or fish, I always use a guide service. I have even benefited from the non-resident tourism spending myself in the past with a fishing lodge and charter business I operated out of Juneau in the 90s. In the fall, we offered 4-day packages of duck hunting in the morning and steelhead fishing in the afternoon. I understand the work involved and the satisfaction you get when a client feels like their experience was a good one. I also know the feeling when a guest doesn't feel like the trip lived up to their expectations. The skill and proficiency of the outfits I've witnessed is that of a well-oiled machine, and I'm sure the same is true of the operators in 19C. I'm not implying that this presents an unfair advantage to guided hunters, but the unlimited non-resident participation does tip the scale in that direction. At the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. Harvest rates are down, non-resident percentages in the overall are down, and the number of sublegal rams being killed is up. It's very difficult for the average Alaskan to take the time off work and spend the money needed to completely scout the area and turn around and spend more time and money for the hunt itself. Even if they did, the likelihood that that spot they chose while scouting is taken by the time they hike in is high. I'm in no way suggesting limiting those types of activities. That's what the client's paying for, knowledge of the area. But a limitless client base will dictate more areas to put guests, more areas scouted, more spike camps, less room for residents, and more importantly, a more effective group of hunters. Proposal 267 is a step this board can take to show the people of Alaska that they're looking at this issue from their perspective, to uphold the motto that the Board of Game is Alaskan first. If I am unable to be sitting on the hillside when one of my grandchildren takes their first sheep, I'd rather the reason be that I'm physically unable rather than the resource has been mismanaged to the point that the typical Alaskan either can't afford it or can't draw the tag. Thank you again.
Thank you, Dick. And questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. I really appreciate your testimony today, and it was very clear. I've asked it a couple times now regarding Unit 19. Do you believe or trust in the full curl 8-year-old management philosophy that we've been using for decades?
I think in situations of the depleted stock that it isn't always the best way. I think the only real way in stock decline is to limit the human interaction, like I said.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional board questions? If not, again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next one is Chris Zwolinski. Yeah.
Push the button? Don't push the button, okay. Thank you for allowing the testimony. This is a great process that we're lucky to have. Proposals, I'm Chris Zwolinski, Fairbanks resident. Proposals 135, 36, and 137. I oppose strongly the argument that these rules are extremely hard to enforce. They might be true, but I don't think it's the answer. Just because something's tough to do, you just don't stop trying. I mean, if you're driving 100 miles an hour down the road thinking, nobody's going to see me, just like that pilot, he doesn't know that there's not a trooper sitting on a hill with binoculars or a video camera, a resident with a video camera. The analogy works. You don't stop You don't quit the rule because it's difficult to enforce. If you stop that rule, there's going to be so many more people doing it. They want to get back. When we had our respected biologist testify yesterday who said that it's lore, it's not. When, you know, everybody knows this guy, and everybody's for decades have been saying, oh, what did he say? What's he saying about sheep this year? And for him to say it's lore, leprechauns are lore, unicorns are lore. This is not lore. It happens, and I see it every year. Airplanes flying, circling, and I was just trying to get to camp. They're lying. People love to lie. When I was reading that the Matanuska Valley AC complained in 2015 that nobody ever proposed this kind of extreme regulation before. That's great. Good. They got to start somewhere. Restrict the airplanes. I strongly oppose 135 through 137. It's a public resource. We need to take care of it. It's almost certain that those proposals were introduced by a pilot. I mean, I don't know that, but I bet they were. You know, they probably have several 40-inch Rams and want a couple more. You know, I'll tell you what's not lore. The bigger the tire, the bigger the outlaw. That's not lore. Hopefully this law will remain intact, and it should be extended to include all sheep hunting season, whether it's the youth hunt, which should be eliminated, in my opinion, and also, I mean, in the 24A, the pipeline corridor, they've extended it, the hunting season to October 5th. They're trying hard to kill the last few sheep in the corridor. And there's no regulation. Those guys are flying those mountaintops every day because it's just through, it's August 21st. I'm sorry, September 21st. Let's start flying. So anyway, I've kicked that dog. So, well, actually I haven't. I've got a little note here. The Fairbanks AC said that the Fairbanks AC opposes, as do I, 234, the use of stationary game cameras that transmit wirelessly. I also oppose that. But the argument was, we want boots on the ground, real hunting. But at the same time, the AC says, Fairbanks AC said they want to eliminate they are, what did I say, proposed? Anyway, they're opposite of what I just said. They are support 135 through 137. By the same token, I support 138 and 139 for the same reasons I just explained. I'm trying to move along because I don't know what my time limit is. 149, create a separate Dall sheep draw for second-degree kindred. I oppose this. I mean, I know that one of the ACs said that all non-residents are created equal, but if they're trying to draw, like in the Tok management area or the Delta area, well, if a resident draws and he wants to give it to his brother, maybe they can do that, but that's not in the regs this year. That's not, I mean, the proposals this year. Maybe they can do that, but at this point, the way it's written, no, that's non-resident is a non-resident. 153, establish a bonus point system for bison and muskox. I kind of support that, but I don't know how you're going to do it. I mean, I've been putting in for bison since I could shave. Maybe I still can't shave, but it'd be nice, but I'm not strongly supportive. I'm not against it, but if I had to choose today, it'd be support. Oh, I got a yellow light. 163, count wounded big game animals toward the hunter's bag limits. Please, I support that. That is huge. Finally, a law. I mean, what happens if you wound an animal today, tomorrow, I wounded another one. Shoot, maybe the next day I can do, no. If you wound it, you spend the rest of your hunt looking for that animal. 245, eliminate requirements for, why would you eliminate requirements for saving meat? I mean, that's ridiculous. Absolutely oppose 245. Save the meat. Don't be, you know how many hunters take the meat, cut it off the ribs, drop it in a bag, throw it in the bottom of the raft, and it sits there. By the end of their trip, they float out, and it's like, woof, this is nasty. Just keep the meat on the ribs. What are you thinking?
We're going to have to ask you to kind of wrap up.
Okay, this is it, last one. 173, repeal the Dalton Highway Management Corridor, which I oppose. And I just have one comment. What are they thinking? I oppose 173. Thank you. Oh, sorry, sit down. Thank you very much.
I'm sure there's board members that have lots of questions for you.
What? Really? Okay, go ahead.
Because, we could hardly tell what you meant, what you were talking about.
Who knew? Go ahead.
So any questions from board members? Well, I guess I was wrong. But
Okay.
Ryan has a question for you.
Shoot.
Thank you, Mr. Zwolinski.
Swolinski, yeah.
Okay. I'm curious, do you apply for hunts in the lower 48 where they do
I do not.
Okay.
I have
so-
never applied for, well, actually, I have years ago, maybe 15 years ago, I applied in Montana, but otherwise, no, I don't.
Okay, so no history with bonus points, preference points, things like that?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like no other questions. Thanks again. At this point, we actually have exhausted our list of people who signed up for the morning session to give public testimony. So I was going to offer the opportunity for anyone who's signed up for the afternoon, if they would like to give their testimony this morning. Okay. What's that? That would be great. Okay. What's that?
Jackson in the back raised his hand too.
Okay. Gathering his materials.
We set to go? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, board members, department. My name is Herb Mansavage. I represent I chair the advisory committee for the Mat-Su Valley. I'm going to be testifying on behalf of the advisory committee and then a personal testimony as well following the advisory committee testimony. If you give me just 2 seconds, I'm going to coordinate. I'll start with our first round of proposals to the second from both years. I would like to begin this testimony with a comment that kind of exemplifies the whole committee's thoughts over these last 2 years. Obviously, COVID made it very difficult. We did find, using the Zoom meetings was very productive. It was nice seeing some board members join in on those calls, and quite frankly, we normally meet in Palmer, and I live in Big Lake, so making that drive every week was kind of nice, honestly, or not making that drive, excuse me. But that being said, we had a lot of productive meetings. But I wanted to make it present to the board that we were pretty disappointed with the department in on-time comments. As you guys probably know from history, the Mat-Su Valley Advisory Committee is a pretty diverse committee. We've got guides, we've got non-residents. A lot of times our meetings go 4 hours, and it's mostly because it's good discussion. And personally, from a chair perspective, it's really hard to cut that comment down. So that's not a complaint on that side of things. That's all good and fine. But, basically, the comments for the statewide meeting were 8 days, I believe, before we were able to comment. And, they had over 20 months to get this in. And I believe they're supposed to have those in by 60 days. And like I said, prefacing the diversity of our committee, those comments are very important, and I know they're important to you guys as well. But I just want to, I'm not trying to, be too critical on that, but it did make a difference, and it's kind of disappointing. And more so disappointing that we've lost a lot of really good members that have sat on our committee for a long time, that were very respected people in this, in my opinion, the state, and also with the board process. It's how I got involved, meeting some of these gentlemen at meetings and kind of being pushed to, now being a chair. That being said, I just would like the board to recognize, potential in the future seasons. And I know COVID did play a part in that. Those comments are very important to us. And we're very lucky to have the department on a lot of our meetings and having that ability to, ask those questions. And that's how our discussion really, I think, creates value. So with that, as you guys have probably seen with our minutes, we talk about a lot of things. There's a lot of things I've been proposing to abstain, not necessarily abstain from, but take no action on when they're not directly in our wheelhouse. While the Matsu Valley is kind of a melting pot of all sorts of diverse people that, shrimp down in Prince William Sound to hunt on the North Slope. It's as much as Fairbanks. That being said, I'm just going to go through some of the proposals that had kind of a mixed voting. You guys obviously will understand the unanimous votes. So the first one would be the bow hunting with technology. That was opposed with 4-6 votes. Basically, a lot of us feel that, bow hunting already has limitations to it. And while I do, being a millennial, I do believe that technology is inevitably going to be part of even bow hunting in the future. I do think it's something that we should consider from a primitive per se point of view. Proposal 135. Sorry, just one second. I liked it when I had both screens. We opposed proposal 135. This is, I'm going to be quite frank. I'm speaking on behalf of the committee. So we oppose this, and because the committee felt at the time that it keeps people honest. We put in 136, I believe, and in all of these proposals we had 3, and 4 abstentions because they just don't understand the impact. They're not, and personally, I'm not a pilot either. So, but a lot of them really didn't understand. We have naturally, since the very beginning, been against this, but we did have a disagreement with that on our committee. And those votes with 135 to 138 went 3-5, 3-5, 3-5, 3-4. That being said, as you guys know, we supported 139. 139 was a 9-2 vote. I do believe this is a measure that is better than what it is, and that's. I was not at this particular meeting. I was on travel, business travel, but speaking with the members, basically they felt was more under their comfort of understanding the impact. Again, that being said, I wanted to make a note not from a personal perspective, but chairing now for 4 years, or maybe 5 years now. But since I started, we have naturally always opposed or supported, rescinding proposal 207. And I really wish I could have heard the comment on this, because I know a lot of them it's a pretty, again, diverse committee that a lot of times this discussion I know went for almost 2 hours on that particular subject. So just wanted to touch on that. 149 we supported 6-4 with an abstention, so also a close one. It's just a logical approach to separating our tags. Yeah, there was a lot of discussion on that one. It's more 150. That was 7-4. I would have also supported it had it been there. But I do believe it's more money for the department, and there's just more opportunity there. For many of you that have followed the advisory, or the Matsu Advisory Committee, we are generally, I would say 90% of the time, always in favor of more opportunity. So that was a large aspect in that one. Let's see, Proposal 161, we were opposed. It's just, it goes to the usable meat it could be potentially wasted, and does not take much time. Although the support on that, some good discussion from what I heard in even earlier situations, it does create, I don't like using the word a weapon for troopers, but it does create some ambiguity there that is a slippery slope in my opinion. But obviously we opposed it, and that is how we feel on that. The rest are unanimous. I'm going to move on to starting with Proposal 230. Proposal 237, we supported this. It's, with department support on this, that's a lot of times we'll go with that. Although I did want to explain the opposition on this side of things was it's a hunter's responsibility, and a lot of times we generally will fall to a hunter's responsibility. If we start creating too much, then, and this is speaking on behalf of those opposed, it can get, again, pretty ambiguous. Proposal 241, that was pretty unanimous, but the opposed, basically they did feel that there should be some delineation there. But again, sometimes we fall a little on the resident side of things, but we do feel that non-resident allocation should be equal to all in that regard. Proposal 245, this kind of goes back to one of the earlier ones I was just speaking of. This was support in 6.5. The opposition was potential for spoilage. This has been heard already, so I don't want to get to, but I do believe that we can salvage this responsibly, and I think that's, from Alaskan point of view, we do. I hate using the word subsistence because it is so broad, but a lot of us can be absolute trout trophy hunters and still want the meat just as bad, and I think that's a differentiation that really needs to be recognized larger with a lot of these discussions that we have at these meetings, because I personally love wild game of all sorts, but I also am a Pope and Young official scorer, and I think that's an extremely cool thing, that you can recognize the animal for what it is from a trophy factor. Sometimes I feel like, and reason I'm expanding on this is we had a large discussion in regard to this at the meeting, because there are guys on our committee that absolutely are just meat hunters, and they make that a very staunch point. And I shouldn't say we have guys that are just trophy hunters and they're just giving meat away, but most of us love every bit of the meat, but value those antlers and that trophy quality just as much as the meat. And I sometimes feel like at these Board of Games meetings for a long time, it's like you have to be on one side or the other, and I do believe that there can be a very much harmonious situation there. So just wanted to expand on that in that regard on 245. 248, I believe. We are opposed to 248, 3-9. The support was they would just like to see more youth opportunity potentially for Alaska. Again, that was a pretty broad discussion that we had. We were, 3-9, that's pretty unanimous. That was also, our state is, especially in the youth side of things, is for our youth opportunities. Where we all side on the differentiation of seasons and such is another thing. But I think opening that door to non-residents, youth, it starts to become a slippery slope as well. And for that matter, that concludes my testimony for the Matsu Advisory Committee.
Any board member questions on the advisory committee testimony? Al?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Herb. You run a wonderful meeting. They're always pretty clear and generally on time.
Thank you.
I'm curious, because you do have such a diversity on your committee there. Was there any discussion on 132 and 131 on using bird wings and backs for bait?
You know, I wasn't at that particular meeting, and I don't know if, I'm gonna say this candidly, I don't know if it's appropriate, but Dan Montgomery will be testifying. He might be able to expand on that more. I do know it got brought up in an earlier meeting without being on the agenda, just talking about it. I believe we didn't take it up because I think many of the members were saying that it was, I don't want to say ambiguous, but it just would create more literature. And a lot of times we, as an advisory committee with Matsu, as long as I've been with them, housekeeping and keeping things as simple as possible is the best way. But not, in some cases, this would be simpler, right, by allowing it all. But no actual official discussion was put down. But again, I don't know, again, candidly saying, I don't know if that's allowable to ask Dan Montgomery on behalf of the AC when he's here to testify.
Yeah. And my last one is 129, expanded bullets. Would seem like your AC might be interested in that.
Yeah, we didn't want to touch that one, to be completely honest with you. I've heard some really good testimony, and I'll speak on my behalf, but no, we actually talked about it a lot, but we wanted to take, we didn't want to touch it because it's a little vague, in our opinion. I think with how much technology is out there and the differentiation of using bullets in different situations. I've heard testimony yesterday and today about when you know, it's like wolves, and then when you start talking this and start talking that, boy, that's gonna get messy. So I do believe, and again, if it's appropriate, Dan could maybe, if there was more discussion while I wasn't there, there might be some valuable information there, but I do know we didn't want to touch it.
Any additional board questions? If not, do go ahead with your personal testimony.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I've got 5 minutes. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna get the quick ones out of the way. Proposal 247. I'm gonna kind of preface a lot of the things I'm about to say. We did have this discussion on the committee, but it wasn't, I don't think it was valuable enough, and there was, anyway, mixed feelings. Anecdotal testimony and proposals. I feel like this is starting to become more and more of a problem since I first started, where there's just no science or data backing a lot of these proposals. Now, I'm not saying people shouldn't put the proposals in. Sometimes I feel like we're considering things that have no data or science to back them. That being said, not every bit of information is available to every person in ways that we'd like it to be. But I would like the board to be more, I don't want to say more considerate, but really try to consider that when some of these proposals come out, because between emotion and anecdotal evidence, I feel like we're taking a step backwards in some degree. So with proposal 247, you know, I don't think there's going to be an issue with that, but you know, it's just one of those emotional things that needs to be just put away right away. 248, I feel the same as the committee did. I don't think non-resident youth hunters should be allowed to hunt in Alaska, or excuse me, preferenced to hunt. Proposal 239, I'm kind of backing all over the place. I'm a really bad note taker. I do support registration being online explicitly. I had a pretty terrible experience a couple years, along with several buddies of mine, with the Nelson Island hunt. With, you know, it was on the website, then it redirected you to another website that you had to actually that morning, with no preface, you know, you had to create a username and a password, and then it sent and it was like, well, at 9 AM, all bull tags and cow tags were gone by 9:10 or something. Anymore, I don't even know if they do that anymore. Anyway, I haven't looked into it for years just because after that, I was pretty disappointed. So I do support registration being a very synchronous method for all hunts across Alaska. We're all residents of Alaska. While we do have different geographical locations that are very different than others, I would have no problem if somebody from the North Slope wanted to hunt in basically my backyard, wanted to do a cow tag or something. If say that was a registration in Big Lake, good for them. That's awesome. And then I did want to speak on the proposal 129 on solids. I do believe there is a lot of technology. I've reloaded for a long time, and the ability to make a cartridge lethal is really in the hands of the person doing it. So there are very technological bullets out there right now that are considered solids, and those would be removed with this. And that's, from a personal perspective, I actually like the idea of what's going on because I know exactly what he's trying to propose, and I think it actually was a much larger problem earlier on when such bullets that were more match bullets that had great ballistic coefficients for long range shooting and with high performance rifles, they're going out and shooting moose at 500 yards or better, and putting a little hole through them, and they run for days and days and days, and they'll probably will die, but you're not going to find that moose, and I can't say I have any evidence of that, right? And again, being a little contradictory with anecdotal, but I think we all can imagine that the bullet aspect is an issue. But, I heard a couple testimony yesterday that was fabulous in regards to discussing this. And, another bullet is a Woodley bullet that's a solid, but creates a devastating cavity channel, especially with Kodiak bears and bison and even moose for that matter. I think we would be eliminating something that isn't scientifically based. But the proposal is in the right direction. So I do encourage this to be rewritten yeah, it's just going to get messy, like I said, on behalf of the advisory committee. I'd like to spend the last little bit about 135 through 139. I personally got involved with the advisory committees due to 207. It was my first time testifying. I was literally shaking. It was nerve-wracking. I'm not a pilot, but I do not understand how this has gone on for so long, because it truly is unenforceable. And I wanted to make just a quick note about the Alaska Wildlife Troopers statement, because when I was at the first meeting about 207, they legitimately said it is absolutely unenforceable. And I don't know how we have a regulation that can literally potentially ruin somebody's livelihood by taking their airplane away if they were found guilty. And the rhetoric, can I finish? The rhetoric so far has been that, there has not been any citations, there hasn't been any situations where that has happened yet. I have personally taken video while sheep hunting of guys doing exactly that. It doesn't make me happy, I understand that. But the one thing that really sticks out to me is that it has provided the benefit, improving the quality of hunt for sheep hunters. That's not the Alaska Wildlife Troopers' job. And I think it's semi-inappropriate that is even being said from a statement for the Board of Game, because their job is to enforce. And if they're saying that they cannot enforce this regulation, then they should be asking for that to be rescinded. And the last thing is, if this was the intent of the regulation, well, of course, that was the intent of the regulation, and so I just feel like because of the unenforceability, we already have laws that say you cannot haze hunters. We already have laws that say we cannot haze animals. And that concludes my testimony.
Okay, questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, thanks for that testimony, Herb. I know earlier testimony that you spoke about that you are a trophy hunter that values the trophy, and you also value the meat as well. We got a proposal about the selling of trophies. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, personally, it's a slippery slope. I think we all can see that. But I personally believe once you've taxidermied an animal and I do believe that that should be the process, then it is your choice to do such. I look at areas where we have 5 to 3 bear bag limits for black bear. Well, we have those bag limits in place because not only high a population, but of potentially intensive management purposes as well. Well, if the purpose is to get rid of those bears, it's not like we're throwing them in the garbage. Why not make some monetary value from, say, skulls? You know, I don't, again, it can get slippery, but I think we have enough things in place to stop you know, it's not like all of a sudden you're gonna see on eBay or something, just thousands of trophies from Alaska trying to be sold. So personally, I don't have a problem with that.
Cool, thanks for that.
Any additional board questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And next is Nick Jackson. He's here.
Good morning, board members, and thank you for allowing me to testify before you. And I just want to start off saying that, you know, I represent Atna Incorporated. We have 2,177 shareholders, and I chair that customary traditional committee. We used to call it subsistence committee, but since the state, you know, court recommend that everybody is subsistence user, we don't believe that. So we changed our name to customary traditional use committee. And I just want to let you know my name's Nick Jackson. I'm originally from Copper Center. I was born and raised there, and been there all my life. And except for military time, I've been some time in the U.S. Army. But I grew up in subsistence lifestyle. You know, till I got around 18, 19, and when I started, first time going to Anchorage too, at that time. Anyway, I just want just let you know that how, you know, fish and game is important to our people. And, you know, proposal 244, I think it is, that get rid of the community harvest. You know, we worked on that for, you know, we started with Tier 2, and then they got rid of Tier 2 back in 2008. And 2009 was the first year they had that community harvest. And it worked good. But then they opened it up to everybody else, and so everybody just going by. So we have competition from, you know, urban area, and so it made it harder to get the community harvest hunt worked like it did. You know, at 2010 it went to court, and so there was no hunt that year. But anyway, at that court session, they said it was, the thing was that they said it was unconstitutional, but the court ruled it's not unconstitutional. So with that, I want to, you know, we had meeting, 2-day meeting with the we oppose that. But the other thing that I want to bring up is that, let's see, light come on, is the bear baiting. Anyway, as I was out just walking from the highway, just a road that you go down to the bank and whatever, and to overlook that area. Went down there and then we seen something moving over, and there was a bait station there. I didn't know it. No sign, no nothing. They need this sign maybe 300-400 feet back or something, put sign up saying there's a bait station up ahead, so we need to include that in your regulation. And it's dangerous to walk up on a bear that's trying to feed on bait, you know. So I just want to point that out. But Audna has sent you a written report, so you have that, and if any questions,
Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't really have a question. I just want to thank you for your service that you had in the Army and the service on this board, and all the years after. You're still participating and volunteering and bringing good information to the board and from the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional board questions? And again, I think I recognized you as a former board member earlier, but appreciate your service too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Randy Mayo. Eddie, did you have something to say? I didn't. Oh, okay, thank you. Well, we'll see the commissioner someday.
I have to push this down here. Okay, this morning, Chair and Board, to express my appreciation for this opportunity to testify here before this board. My name is Randy Mayo, an enrolled tribal member of Stevens Village up there to the east of the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area. An allotment owner right outside of the corridor lands there on the downriver side, and also currently serving as the board president for the Digne Village Corporation for Stevens Village, who has surface estate privately owned lands right adjacent to the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area. So I signed up to testify. It'll be a mixture of personal testimony and our village corporation. I not only sit as the board president, but also represent a number of shareholders that live in the village and elsewhere, who are also tribal members and users of the land out there in the management area, as from south of the Yukon up to what's now called Finger Mountain. That corridor lies within the traditional lands outlined in the traditional land use tribal management plan adopted by the tribe and recognized by the Department of the Interior. It gives us consultative status over various initiatives out there. But I particularly wanted to speak of proposal. I testified 2 years ago in opposition to what is now proposal number 173, repealing the administrative code, repealing the management corridor area. and I speak in opposition to that, what we're seeing south of the Yukon, people are very concerned. Over the years since the Hall Road was constructed, and there's good people and there's other people that just, don't care. So we've had experiences over the years of trespass, vandalism, theft from people's private allotments, cabins, and fish camps. We've experienced that personally at our private allotment where we had break-ins and theft, and not saying everybody does that, but you get your bad actors along with the respectful folks that go up there and harvest respectfully and respect private properties. So we don't take issue with that. But very concerned as to the repeal and the federal subsistence preference afforded to the residents up in that immediate area. It is a low moose population area. In our immediate area around the Stevens Village area, there is no caribou herds, although I see them coming back to south of Livengood, Elliott Highway. So what we're seeing south of the Yukon is, ATV trails being punched in. There's one at Hess Creek right off of the Elieska gravel pit there. And it is a camping area during hunting season. It started out as just a narrow ATV trail, and now at the head of that trail, you can drive your pickup truck down it. And then encroaching down there towards the Rampart Village Corporation and Doyon lands. And there's other ATV trails just north of Livengood. And there is little to no state presence up there. There is some fishing during the salmon fishing season, but just to wrap up, for a great number of reasons, I stand in opposition to this proposal to repeal the management corridor area. So thank you.
And thank you for your testimony, board members. Any questions? I think you were very clear, and we'll take that into consideration. Thank you. We have one more person to testify this morning, I believe, Kurt Whitehead. And you're going to be doing the AC testimony?
I'll do the AC testimony first and then my personal testimony, if that's all right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Game members, thank you for your service. My name is Kurt Whitehead, Master Guide 211. My wife and I own and operate a small hunting and fishing lodge on Prince of Wales Island near Klawock, Alaska. We offer fully guided saltwater fishing trips and fully guided coastal black bear hunts in GMU2. We are both year-round, full-time, snow shoveling, real Alaskan residents. I'm the secretary for the Craig AC, and I'm here today to comment on their behalf. Afterwards, I'll give my personal testimony. We oppose 101 and 102. We prefer that archery hunts are specifically for bow and arrow and do not allow crossbows for healthy hunters. We support 107. We discuss feral cats, how many birds they kill, how many diseases they transmit, and how difficult they are to deal with on POW. We oppose 230 due to conservation concerns of Dall sheep. We felt this proposal would cause an increase in the harvest if it were passed. We support 117 and felt this is a good solution, a low burden, and an easy ask. We support 118. We felt it's an easy ask, low burden, and helps make a better hunter. We support 121. We all like the current regs, and we do not like using dogs to hunt big game. We have no problem with them retrieving wounded game. We oppose 122. Lowering the draw weight to 35 pounds for deer wasn't an issue, but the other big game animals, it could very well be a problem. None of us like lowering the draw weight for larger game animals other than deer. We support 123. We discussed the merits of having a rangefinder mounted on a bow and agreed it will reduce the wounding loss. We support 124. It's almost the same as 123, and we agreed it'll reduce wounding loss. We oppose 125. We want to keep the archery hunt strictly for healthy bow hunters only. We oppose 126. We discussed the pros and cons, but we like the current regulations. We took no action on 129. We had lots of discussion about how expanding bullets reduce wounding loss and are more ethical. We did not like the extra regulation of making it illegal if a hunter uses a solid to kill a deer or a caribou, especially in the villages. The one example was one of the members is a sea otter hunter, and he didn't want to be, being told he couldn't kill a deer while he was out sea otter hunting. Most ethical hunters will use better bullets for big game, but making it illegal to use solids on deer and caribou caused us to take no action. We support 130. We agree with ADF&G to do everything possible to limit the spread of CWD and prevent it from coming to Alaska. We took no action on 131. We agree that trappers should be able to use wings and non-edible meat for bait, but we took no action because we weren't sure if this would redo the harvest requirements, which we all like as currently written. We opposed 133. We all agreed that beaver are very hard to kill cleanly and ethically, even with a rifle, and we felt that bow and arrow would cause a very high wounding loss. We support 134 and agree with the proposal. We oppose 141. We do not like this proposal at all for Southeast Alaska. It might work up north, but it doesn't work for us. We've got enough regulations, plus the enforcement issue of this would be onerous. We oppose 236. We oppose this proposal for the same reasons we oppose 141. We support 155. We agree with this well-written proposal, and we'd like to see it enacted in GMU 3 for moose, especially since the GMU 2 deer population is low. Many of the POW locals are filling their freezers with GMU 3 moose. GMU 3 moose are not, and likely never will be, trophy quality. We support 156. We agree with ADF&G that physically disabled hunters that cannot pull a traditional bow should be allowed to use crossbows for archery-only hunts. We support 159. We agree with this proposal to make it easier to get antlers, skulls, and hides sealed. That concludes my Craig AC comments.
Board member questions on the AC? Okay, so go ahead with your personal testimony.
Okay. I support 129 because it will create less wounding loss and is more ethical. I'm opposed to 147 because it will create a for-profit industry to trade in big game mounts and create a new market for market hunters who wish to take animals with the intent to sell the taxidermy product. I'm opposed to 151 entirely because it is purely allocative in nature and it is without a conservation basis. Passage of 151 will have severe unintended consequences for landowners, department managers, guided non-resident hunters, and guide businesses. 151 is punitive to small businesses, offering no advantage to resident hunters whatsoever. 151 seems to have been drafted with malice towards non-residents using Alaskan guide services. Just like military personnel who find themselves deployed to a combat zone, or residents who require the help of a proxy, or who can no longer hunt for themselves in GMU 13, non-residents who retain a guide can have unfortunate, unexpected circumstances that cause them to cancel a guided hunt. 151 singles out guided non-resident hunters and will harm them if they have to cancel a hunt. 151 will inflict real harm to the consumer and will not benefit any user group, including resident hunters. 151 does nothing to benefit resident hunters, guides, non-residents, guided non-residents, or the department. 151 reduces the value of the resource by stripping consumer protections and is a punitive proposal that seeks to single out and hurt guided non-residents and guide businesses. It's too bad the sponsor of 151 is continually assaulting the guide industry. I support 149 because it doesn't eliminate 2DK hunt opportunities, but in fact it guarantees them. I support 138 and oppose all use of aircraft to spot sheep during all the open sheep hunting seasons. I support 163 and believe this is the only ethical way to hunt. I'm opposed to 239 because it will result in some registration hunts going to draw. If passed, then Board of Games should apply it to both residents and non-residents. I'm neutral on 161, but I'm strongly in favor of salvaging every bit of meat from all of our ungulates. I oppose 247. There is no conservation basis for this proposal. I oppose 168 entirely. This will undo the carefully thought out work by the Board of Game and ruin our well thought out and managed Southeast Alaska black bear hunt structure. 168 will directly harm locally owned small businesses and rural communities who benefit from an economic activity generated from guided non-resident black bear hunts. Passage of 168 will directly affect many of our guide businesses in a very negative way and will not benefit resident hunters who still have liberal seasons and bag limits in all the coastal black bear GMUs. I oppose 241 entirely because it is purely allocative and offers no conservation benefit, nor does it add to the value of Alaska's game resource. I oppose 267 entirely because it is not conservation-based and is strictly allocated. Thank you very much for your service again.
Thank you. Questions? I think we know what you like and don't like here on our proposals, but go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Kurt, for your testimony and being here. And you touched on it on 161. I'm just curious, what do you do with ribs? I mean, you're a big deer hunter down there. Do you strip them or take the whole thing?
I cut out the entire rib and take everything, just like I do on the moose. In the villages, when we would give the moose meat away, that was their favorite part. It's got the fat on it. So our ungulates are so sought after. I don't know why we would do anything less with all the meat.
Great, thank you, Kurt.
And the only problem with that proposal is they didn't include the meat between the ribs.
Thank you.
Any board member questions? Okay. And you mentioned that you shoveled snow. It doesn't snow that much on Prince of Wales Island.
It did this year, 45 straight days. Had to plow out our neighbors and plow the road and shovel and shovel and shovel.
In Juneau, we had to use a loader to get our driveway, so, just to be able to go up and down it. So I know you're a little bit south of us. Anyway, thank you for your testimony. And I believe that's the last person before lunch. And so we'll be breaking till 1:30 and we'll come back. But Christie has a quick announcement before we go up.
I understand from one of our falconers that they've brought in a bird for the board members to see. I'm not positive if it's going to be out that way or out back, but Dave Loring will help guide us. But just, so maybe y'all can see that before going to lunch.
Anyway, one of our local Fairbanks falconers brought his gerfalcon in, and it'll be about 5 minutes, so he's gonna come around and right out the back side here, the hotel should be okay to bring right outside the door here, okay? So through these doors and out to the right, okay? In about 5 minutes or so, if anybody wants to stick around, it's available for about 10 or 15 minutes.
Want to call the meeting back to order. It is 1:30 PM. And we're going to continue on with public testimony. First, before we do that, we've been joined by Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang, and I was wondering if he has anything to tell us.
Well, thank you for joining me, allowing me to join you. Yeah, we had some interesting airport times this morning. A bunch of us are trying to come down to this meeting. First off, thank you guys for everything you do. I know this takes a lot of time out of your lives, and there's a lot of preparation that goes into this meeting, and it all takes away from time and family, treasures that you'll never recover. So thank you for your time and efforts. And board staff, thank you guys for everything you do. And for the public, thank you for coming and participating. You know, this process is only as strong as the public opinion that comes into it, and I appreciate you coming in and providing insights that you're doing. We're midway through our budget process. Our budget largely came out unscathed out of the House so far, which is good. I think Eddie told you yesterday that the PR funding is coming in a little bit higher, so we have a capital request in to address that. And I think by the time that may be addressed, Wildlife Division may become the largest entity in Fish and Game. It might even surpass the Division of Commercial Fisheries, which is pretty amazing. I never saw that coming. So again, thank you. I'm looking forward to the public testimony, and good luck in your meeting.
Thank you. And just as a side comment, the big difference between wildlife and commercial fishing is that wildlife actually pays for itself.
Well,
Okay.
I got to take that on. The Commercial Fisheries Division does pay for itself. There's tens of millions of dollars that come in fish taxes and other things into the general fund.
Yeah, but not as much as their budget. But that's another story, and we can talk about it off. But I'd like to do a second call for a couple of people that missed public testimony this morning. Hope Roberts was on the list this morning and didn't, and I see she's not here now. And Lucille Lincoln. Nope. Okay, then our first afternoon testimony is Mark Richards, and he has a presentation for us, I understand.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, that one. That's fine.
That's a visual.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, department staff, Commissioner, Director Grasser, thank you for being here. For the record, my name is Mark Richards. I'm the Executive Director of Resident Hunters of Alaska, and I'm here today to testify in support of our Proposal 267 for our 3,000 plus members from across the state. Proposal 267 asks to limit non-resident sheep hunters in Unit 19C in the Western Alaska Range to draw permits with an allocation of up to 30 permits. This was an agenda change request, ACR 4, accepted by the board to hear out of cycle at this meeting. Department comments on ACR 4 in this slide stated that, quote, existing regulations are contributing to the decline in sheep populations in Unit 19C, unquote. This slide shows the department comments to a similar ACR, ACR 3, that was submitted to the board in 2020 but rejected. From a contracting guide with 20 years of guiding experience in 19C, asking for a moratorium on all sheep hunting for 2 years based on the steep declines in the sheep population. That guide has since moved on to Guide for Sheep in the Wrangles. This next slide shows a timeline of department comments regarding the 19C sheep population. In late 2020, the department said there may be a biological concern for the sheep population, then closed the winter hunt because of a definitive biological concern. Late 2021, the department stated that the existing regulations are contributed to the decline in the 19C sheep population. Then in their comments on our proposal, which garnered a lot more attention than the ACR, they say that the declines are strictly weather-related. I mean no disrespect to the department and staff, but it does seem politics is getting way too much in the way of what should be a matter of just letting the area bios and supervisors say it like it is, and from there we go on to adhering to our statutes. This slide references our subsistence statute. The department completely shut down the subsistence sheep hunt in RY20 and restricted that hunt in RY21 based on biological concerns. But there has still been no restriction on non-resident sheep hunters. This runs contrary to the guidelines in AS 1605-258 requiring that other uses be restricted when the harvestable surplus is insufficient to provide for all uses. We can't have the fallback position be one where the department can use their EO authority to shut down the sheep season for all if deemed necessary when we have unlimited non-resident hunting that is taking the vast majority of the harvest. Annie? Oh, you're updating? Oh, that's fun.
We might have to take a momentary break. Apologies.
We'll just stand at ease for, until you're finished.
The computer started performing updates. This is unprecedented. Gonna get a new laptop.
Oh, well. Gee, we could ask questions now. I mean. Yeah, Christie's gonna flash the red light on me now. Are you? How do we do this, Christie? Did you keep track of where we were? Or? Hey, while I'm sitting here, I wanted to mention that this shirt that I'm wearing is our new trademark camo shirt pattern that we're going to start selling online on our website next month. Long sleeve, shirt, short sleeve, and leggings. So if you like the pattern, it comes with or without the rack logo. Might as well hawk some t-shirts while I'm up here.
Hey, Savannah, can we do counting really quickly? 1,
2,
3.
4.
Great.
I'm a bit discombobulated here. I think, well, okay, let me just start on this slide with the timeline, if I may. Christie, is that okay? All right. Again, my name is Mark Richards. I'm representing Resident Hunters of Alaska. Okay. This next slide shows a timeline of department comments regarding the 19C sheep population. In late 2020, the department said there may be a biological concern for the sheep population, then closed the winter hunt because of a definitive biological concern. Late 2021, the department stated that the existing regulations are contributing to the decline in the 19C sheep population. Then in their comments on our proposal, which garnered a lot more attention than the ACR, they say that the declines are strictly weather-related. I mean no disrespect to the department and staff, but it does seem politics is getting way too much in the way of what should be a matter of just letting the area bios and supervisors say it like it is, and from there, we go on to adhering to our statutes. This slide references our subsistence statute. The department completely shut down the subsistence sheep hunt in RY20 and restricted that hunt in RY21 based on biological concerns. But there still has been no restrictions on non-resident sheep hunters. This runs contrary to the guidelines in AS 1605-258 requiring that other uses be restricted when the harvestable surplus is insufficient to provide for all uses. We can't have the fallback position be one where the department can use their emergency order authority to shut down the sheep season for all if deemed necessary, when we have unlimited non-resident hunting that is taking the vast majority of the harvest. RAC submitted a similar proposal at the last Region 3 meeting, Proposal 52, to place limits on non-resident sheep hunters in Units 19C and 20A, which was heard by this board and voted down in the spring of 2020, 8 months prior to the department closing the winter subsistence hunt in 19C based on biological concerns. Our concerns all along have been that what happened in the Chugach would happen in these other units that are on state lands where we allow unlimited non-resident opportunity and have no limits on the number of guides. That the department would eventually say they have conservation concerns, and then the board institutes draw-only hunting for all or a complete closure, and residents lose general sheep hunting opportunities again, when all along it is the non-resident component harvesting the vast majority of the rams. This slide shows some of the opposition to Proposal 267. And the thing that really gets me now is saying this proposal has nothing to do with conservation and is only about allocation. That flies in the face of department actions in closing and restricting the subsistence hunt and statements that they have biological concerns for the sheep population. We don't disagree there will be fewer dollars going to the department and to some guides if this proposal were to pass. Surely an EO closure by the department, a draw hunt for all in which non-residents get 10% of the permits, or a complete moratorium on sheep hunting opportunity would have even worse impacts. We just can't put our foot on one side of the scale to weight wildlife management and allocation decisions more heavily on the money coming into the state and to guides from non-residents. That certainly would not comply with the directives in our state constitution. Speaking of our state constitution, I think this is a perfect quote outlining how we should appropriately manage our wildlife and allocations from Commissioner of Fish and Game, Doug Vincent Lang. This is what Doug stated: "My number one goal, as mandated by Alaska's Constitution, is to deliver to the people of Alaska the maximum use and benefit of fish and game resources while ensuring a sustained yield for future generations." That is exactly the foundation of RAC and why we formed. Sustainable wildlife management policies geared toward protecting the resource and prioritizing resident hunting opportunities. That was the quote from Doug. I was supposed to go to the last slide, but I got a little discombobulated. But there's Doug's quote, and I did tell the commissioner when that op-ed was out, I wrote to him immediately and said, thank you. You'll see this quote in the future. On to slide 9, the bottom line is that sheep across the state are hurting, the climate is changing, and so is sheep habitat. We can't control the weather, and really we have no means to control non-human predation. Sublegal harvest increased substantially this past fall, and that's surprisingly evenly split among guided and unguided hunters. I mean, when we have guides who've operated in the unit for 20 years, putting in a proposal to this board saying we need to close the whole thing down for 2 years because things are so bad, and then we have the department saying they have biological concerns and closing the subsistence sheep hunt, it's just time. We just can't wait any longer. It's time to take action now. And I wanted just one last thing. The board's non-resident allocation policy that the department mentioned in their comments. Well, we oppose that policy because parts of it just don't make any sense. If we were to base the non-resident allocation on the past 10 to 20 years of participation in harvest, non-residents would get more opportunity than residents because they've always been the majority of the hunters out there and have taken the vast majority of the harvest. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. And one last thing, I just want to give a big thanks to area biologist Josh Pearson McGrath for just being so helpful in getting us the data and answering questions and letting us know what he sees is going on the ground.
Thank you, Mark. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask you like I did a few of the other testifiers, if you believe or trust in the 8-year-old full curl management as a sustainable management plan.
You know, when I first got involved in these issues, I spent a lot of time talking to Tom Lohi. And now I'm talking to Brad Wendling. And I know, you know, that some biologists have had concerns about whether the 8-year-old full curl management strategy is sustainable under all conditions. I don't believe it is sustainable under all conditions, and particularly when sheep are in such a big decline right now. And I know while TMA is managed for trophy and not maximum opportunity, I mean, when we see things in an area that's had draw hunts for decades, and now the department is closing that down to only 10 permits, and the governor's tag for the TMA hunt had to be pulled. I mean, we have a problem. We have a really big problem right now with sheep declines, and it's time to take action to solve some of these issues.
Just to follow up on that, do you believe that harvesting 8-year-old or full curl sheep are the reason sheep populations are in decline?
And we mentioned in our proposal, no. We are very explicit in our proposal what we feel were the causes of these declines: weather-related, icing events, climate change, sheep habitat changing. But, I mean, either this board believes the department or not. I mean, when the department says that existing regulations are contributing to the decline, that means that hunting is contributing to the decline. So the department, and I know this is problematic with leadership and area biologists, but the department really needs to come clean here. And I think Brad Wendling, I'm really happy that Brad Wendling is studying this in the Brooks Range, and I know that's what Tom wanted to have happen with his study as well. It didn't happen, but maybe we'll get some more information from Brad's study in the Brooks, because that's part of what he's going to look into. Are taking so many of the full curl rams causing the 5-6-year-old rams to breed, go into winter with less fat, and then have more mortality? That's a big concern that we've always had. And I know area biologists for the department have had that same concern. So I just think that harping on this, that it's always sustainable, no matter what condition, and that's what the department position is. This is right now, the full curl management strategy is always sustainable. Even in 19C, where we have a steep decline, well, it goes against what the department is saying in other statements.
Additional questions from board members? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mark, got a question for you. So say the board goes along with this proposal and they exclude non-residents. Do you think in turn that would just invite more residents to participate in the 19C hunt? We just traded one user for another?
Yeah, through the chair, Member Keough. First of all, we're not actually to exclude non-residents. We're asking you to limit non-residents to draw permits with 30 permits. So we're not asking to totally exclude non-residents. Some of the testimony yesterday was about, well, this is going to cause more guides to do drop-off hunts, and it's just going to cause more problems. It's sort of similar to the Unit 9 issue that happened at the last meeting. That question was asked whether if we have a resident-only season where more residents were going to come. This is similar to that. I know for a fact that a lot of residents have a hard time flying into 19C because areas are locked up by guides. So I do anticipate that yeah, I think more residents might think, well, maybe now I can get in there and I'm not going to get hassled by guides. Maybe now I can land in that place where the guide said was his area. But I don't really, in general, everybody knows sheep are down, so I think that's why we're seeing a lot less sheep hunters. That's in the trend counts. I don't really anticipate, Lynn, that it's going to be that big of an increase. And residents, 15% of the sheep were harvested by residents last year.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really want to give a shout out to Christy and her staff. As always, they just do a fantastic job. I can't say enough good things about them.
Okay, thank you. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, so Mark, does 15% include the federal harvest by federally qualified users on federal land?
I did not get that information from Josh. All I had was the subsistence hunt harvest, which was closed in RY20, and it's restricted this year, and that information isn't available yet.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Next, we'll have Mike Harris.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Mike Harris. Today I'm representing the Alaskan Bowhunters Association. I appreciate the opportunity to come testify today. I'll get right into the proposals as we have limited time. Proposals 101 and 125 we oppose. Crossbows are already allowed for disabled persons in the archery season as long as they have a methods and means exemption. Allowing crossbows into the archery season would cause additional harvests that would not be sustainable and is not the reason we have archery seasons to begin with. Proposal 102, we oppose this. The department already has the leeway they need for specific hunts, allowing shotguns and archery and crossbows and sometimes muzzleloaders depending on the specific area. Making a blanket definition like this could potentially take away their flexibility in determining weapon choices in these hunts. Proposal 123 and 124, electronic rangefinders. Bow hunters choose their equipment based on the fact that it's going to be a challenge, and ethics play a huge part in this. Electronic rangefinders, for one, they're gonna make equipment more efficient, which is kind of the opposite of why we choose to hunt with a bow and arrow. For two, it's gonna give people, they use the argument that it's gonna restrict wounding loss, but really what's gonna happen is people are gonna potentially take longer shots because they have that equipment available to them and they think it might help them out. The choice to take a shot or not, that's up to the individual, and you shouldn't use technology to determine what ethics should. So we oppose those two proposals based on that. Proposal 127, we're neutral, but we have concern on this one. It's concerning air rifles and air bows. And as written, it wouldn't affect archery seasons, but in other states, we've already seen that when air rifles and air bows are already a legal means of take, they eventually try to get air bows, which is an air rifle that shoots an arrow, into the archery season. So we're neutral on this proposal, but we're concerned about what could happen if it carries. Proposal 156, we oppose as written. So I believe this is a department proposal, and we understand where they're coming from on this. Individuals with methods and means exemptions using crossbows to be able to apply for archery drawing permit hunts. The problem is with the way it's written is right now, if this carries, individuals that are certified crossbow hunters that have taken the class and are certified would be able to apply for any archery drawing permit hunt prior to being approved for the methods and means exemption. So that would take away tags. They could draw these permits that other people could, that are already certified bow hunters could have potentially drawn and then not get approved for the methods and means exemption. And then now they have that permit, but they cannot hunt. So we oppose this as written. If it does carry, we would ask the board to amend it to require that this methods and means exemption is already approved prior to them applying for the permit. Proposal 157, department proposal, we support this proposal. This would be a better vetting system for the methods and means exemptions, and it would prevent abuse of the system. 173, we oppose this proposal. Basically, anything that would threaten the Dalton Highway Corridor archery hunt, the 5-mile boundary where it's archery only. For one, if we lost this as an archery-only opportunity, the game populations would not be able to sustain it, and it would be a huge loss to bow hunters as a good bow hunting opportunity. Proposal 233 regarding draw weights. Now, the main thing, we oppose this proposal, and the main reason is the language that would raise the draw weight to 55 pounds. I'm almost done. Can I finish? Okay. So bow weight has very little to do. It has something to do, but compared to other things, doesn't have as much to do with lethality and penetration. Personally, I've shot completely through big animals, including muskox, with a sub 55-pound longbow, and many of our members have done the same. 55 pounds is unreasonable to go up to on that. And then the last one is proposal 133. This has to do with adding bow and arrows, methods and means for beavers throughout the state. I've heard a lot of other comments on this that I can tell you are very are not experience-based. I actually have experience with this, and I can enlighten the board on this. As far as, we support it as long as there's no biological concern, but if any board members have questions on what I know about the lethality of an arrow on a beaver, I'd be happy to answer them. And I appreciate your time, and that's all I have.
Questions from board members? So I'd like to, go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I need a little more explanation on proposals 123 and 124. I do a lot of archery hunting myself, and, currently I don't have a sight that would predict what the range is, but I have a range finder in my pocket, very handy. And I don't see how you're correlating a hunter with an archery equipment being able to judge distance with technology as being unethical.
So we're not saying it's the equipment itself is unethical. In the proposals themselves, they cite less wounding loss and that it would be more ethical. We would argue that ethics don't play a part in the technology. Wounding loss should be attributed, so for example, in the proposal, they talk about being able to make a quicker decision to make a shot, and it'll range for you, and that will decrease wounding loss. Well, ethics would say if you're not sure, you just don't take the shot. So for that that's one of the reasons that we oppose this proposal, and we think that it would actually potentially cause people to maybe make decisions to shoot faster than they should, or more likely longer shots. And the way they write this proposal, it's the time between using the rangefinder and then drawing your bow, as opposed to just being able to put your bow on it and it ranges it for you and moves your sight. And wounding loss should not be a reason to carry this proposal. Ethics would say that if you're not sure, and if you don't have the time, then you're just not going to shoot.
Thank you.
Any other questions? 'Cause I was going to ask you about rangefinders too, but any other questions from board members? And from Commissioner?
So I have a follow-up question on that. So You could make that same argument with a gun, though, couldn't you, between having a scope and iron sights and knowing that the scope gives you the ability to range?
I guess that would depend on if that scope has the capability of ranging, but yes, it could.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. Be looking forward to taking those things up.
Thanks.
Next is Matt Moore, Anchorage AC.
For the record, my name is Matt Moore. I'm here representing the Anchorage AC. I was going to go over some of the proposals that we considered, voted on. First one was 101. We voted to oppose including the definition of crossbow with archery equipment. We did put a twist on it, and we said that we believe that crossbows should be included in primitive weapons. So not in archery, but in primitive weapons. 117, requiring hunters to possess proof of completion of hunter education. We voted to oppose the requirement of proof of education certificates in the field. There was an idea that electronic copies of all hunting required paperwork could be a more reasonable approach for this one. 121, which was allowing the use of dogs to hunt big game. We voted in favor of the use of dogs only for the recovery of big game animals. And there was also proposal 232, which was the use of dogs to recover fur bearers. We also supported that. The reason being just for conservation. Be the same thing as having a dog for retrieving waterfowl. 122, lowering the minimum weight of bows used in hunting big game. And although the case can be made for modern bows being more efficient and delivering more energy than bows from even a decade ago, we oppose the proposal. All game should be ethically killed. Conditions in Alaska and the toughness of many of our big game animals should and were considered in our decision on this. 123 was one that was just touched on, which was allowing electronic range finders mounted on bows for hunting big game. And the majority of us voted in opposition of this proposal. We felt that it would encourage hunters to take longer shots and risk wounding animals. 2 members abstained because they did not have adequate knowledge of bow hunting. Same thing with 124. We had 2 members that abstained. The same reason for us opposing it as well. 125, allowing the use of crossbows for hunting big game and weapons restricted hunts. We voted to exclude crossbows from archery only hunts. We also amended to allow the use of crossbows in muzzleloading hunts, and it was supported as amended. Since other ACs didn't have the knowledge of the Anchorage AC's amendment, you should consider this as a unanimous vote in opposition of Proposal 125 in its original form. Proposal 126, allow of scopes for muzzleloaders for muzzleloader hunts. This was unanimously opposed, as it could potentially increase the efficiency of the modern muzzleloader. 127 we also opposed, which was the use of air rifles in hunting. 130, the AD-F&G proposal to prohibit the use of deer urine. We supported that unanimously, to prevent chronic wasting disease from possibly breaking out up here. 135, 136, 137 was repealing the restriction of use of aircraft for locating Dall sheep for hunting. We had an extremely long discussion about this. We wound up supporting it unanimously. Proposal 207 was felt to be a failed attempt to limit participation in sheep hunts. We did have a few members that have children that they hunt with that do use super cubs to go out in other planes. They wanted to be able to have the opportunity to do that and make the best use of their time. And they made a compelling argument, and we listened to them. 147 was allow the sale of prepared game trophies under permit. We opposed it because there was a poor description of permit requirements by the author, along with monetizing the trophy value of monetizing trophy values. And those were drivers in our decisions. 149, create a separate Dall sheep permit hunt for second-degree kindred hunters in areas that limit the number of non-resident hunters. And we supported this, we thought it would provide reliable and sustainable opportunities for both non-resident hunters and allow guides to operate. We only supported this proposal if the second degree of kindred tags are removed from the non-resident allocation of tags and not from the resident tag allocation. 153 was establishing a bonus point system for muskox and bison. We thought it was to create a fair way to reward longtime applicants for a very limited resource and opportunity. And we would hope that it would reward people that had an interest, had commitment, and had been putting in for decades and still not drawing. 163 for counting wounded game against a hunter's bag limit for all units. We unanimously supported that one. It's ethical and it's prudent, and we would hope that hunters would police themselves. We did have concerns about enforceability. 164 was counting wounded big game towards non-resident hunters' bag limits, excluding the 1 sheep and 1 bear every 4 years. And we also had unanimous support for this one for the same reasons as 163. 172 was clarifying the legal use of highway vehicles, snow machines, and off-road vehicles for hunting and trapping. Same for use of firearms and transport of fur bearers and trapping baits. And that would be for the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area. We were opposed to it. We know it's an extremely complex problem. There are a lot of variations that are in there between the different user groups. And we felt that if we did anything supporting that, that would be a huge mistake. The repeal of the Dalton Highway Corridor Management Area, that's 173, we were unanimously opposed to that. 193, which was establishing a muskox hunt within a portion of 26A, we unanimously supported it because we support more opportunity for hunters around the state. 234 is allowing the use of stationary game cameras that transmit photos wirelessly. We probably had an hour-long discussion on this one. We were split. Many of us were opposed, and that were opposed when we started off on it. We actually changed our position because of the 3 a.m. cutoff time for the next day for hunting to start. That made it very similar to other travel restrictions that are in place. Animals photographed one day will not necessarily be there the next day, so we didn't have much concerns about that. We did have concerns about 235, which was allowing the use of artificial lights while hunting small game. We were unanimously opposed to it as it's perceived as being unethical. 240, allowing the sale of game skin or trophy from a revocable trust. We noted that anybody can create a revocable trust. We don't want to monetize trophy values and create a niche for a black market in Alaskan trophies. 241 was removing allocations between guided and non-guided resident hunters. We supported that. The allocation of guided hunt permits versus second degree of kindred permits should come from the same pool. 242 was allowing the permits to be reissued for military personnel under any official deployment. And we unanimously supported it because we believe in the concept of fairness and giving them the opportunity to hunt after returning from deployment. The last one was 248, allowing non-resident youth to hunt big game on behalf of an adult permit holder. And this allows a youth to participate in a hunt, and the only consideration would be that the tag they fill belonged to a non-resident adult family member present in the field with them. We reauthorized all antlerless moose hunts. We think it's a great management tool that can be used for population control, habitat preservation, and vegetation preservation as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Board member questions on the AC? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So did you guys discuss proposal 129, or did I miss that? Using full metal jackets versus soft points?
We did support that, and we opposed it. And I believe what we listed was it would be hard to enforce. I would wind that back and say we also had a pretty big discussion about that and whether or not, if you're using extremely hard air cast lead, that you would chilled or prepared in cold water to get the Burnell hardness up to a pretty high level, and would just punch a hole through. Even though it's lead and it would be considered an expanding bullet, it's not acting like an expanding bullet. So we started having problems there. I also talked about some of my friends that reload old British cartridges like 450, 400, 450 Nitro Express and on up. A lot of them use solids, and these are weapons from an old time, and their methods and their thought process of hunting game, like I have one friend I can think of that hunted brown bear with a double rifle. His first shot was with a solid through the shoulders because he wanted to anchor the animal down and then just start shooting it repeatedly with expanding bullets, which, if you're pretty close and you don't want that bear on you, that's not a bad way to go. But it may not be the same way for everybody else. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. That was a good presentation. Proposal 120 is a proxy hunt, talks about moose proxies. I wish it would have went further into caribou. How do you feel, or how would your AC have felt if it included caribou also to be able to proxy?
Through the chair, we have no problems with the proxy process at all, so we completely support that.
And so, just to follow up then, Mr. Chair, on proposal 147, a sale of big game or prepared trophies, you mentioned monetizing trophy value. Do you have an idea what per pound of, or what it costs, what people are paying for a pound of moose antler?
I don't, but I do know that it seems like there are a lot of people that were interested in things like doll sheep horns and mounted sheep. And I have seen on Craigslist where there are people that offer, on a seasonal basis, the purchase of antlers. And they're paying
We kind
by
of
the
already
pound.
monetized some sort of value on antlers and horns.
And I have another friend that works for an airlines and on the cargo side, and he started sending me pictures of pallets of moose antlers from western Alaska, and he said, "Are these legal?" And I'm looking through these photos trying to see if there's any skull plate attached, and literally, they're talking about pallets that are 4 feet high, and they've got 20 of them in a warehouse. It's on a scale that's beyond what I usually see.
Yeah.
I usually see none at my house every year, by the way.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. You're going to testify as an individual next?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Proposal 101, I'm opposed to including the crossbow and archery hunts. It's in weapons-restricted hunts, bow hunting. We can look to the regulations for guidance. It says you may not use any mechanical device that anchors a nocked arrow at full or partial draw unaided by the bow hunter. That is exactly what a crossbow does. Crossbows can be used in hunts that are not weapons-specific. They should not be included in archery as they are not powered by the human effort during the act of the draw cycle immediately prior to shooting, and they are mechanically anchored. Proposal 122, lowering the minimum weight for bows used in hunting and big game hunting. And I'm opposed to this. The proposer requested that the minimum weight used in archery hunting be lowered by 5 pounds for all game animals for both categories. There have been big improvements in engineering of archery equipment and the ability of a bow to store and transmit energy. It's never been more efficient. There are physical limits to what we can do and what we should do, especially true in archery. While there's no requirement for the sharpness of a broadhead, there's an ethical question that deserves consideration. And then you have to ask, is a 35-pound draw weight adequate for hunting? In a perfect situation, it could be. A 35-pound requirement, it's too low in my opinion. I've been shooting a bow since before I was 10 years old, and I've been hunting since my teens. And I can tell you there's not been one time when I've walked out to hunt a four-legged animal with a 35-pound bow. I started with long bows, went to recurves, went on to compound bows, and part of that is not because of my inability to be good at it. It's more to extend my range, to be able to not have to get as close as I would with a recurve. 123 and 124, this was allowing electronic rangefinders to be mounted on bows for hunting big game. I'm opposed to this. One would think the electronic rangefinders would improve the rate of quick and humane harvest to animals, and the opposite's likely the case. Archers, especially new archers, will be influenced by the false confidence provided by those devices. Many of these rangefinders can be calibrated to your shooting equipment and provide shot solutions for long distances. They will no longer take shots that they normally would, and animals at longer distances will have more time to move while the arrow is in flight, and that increases the chances of wounding and losing an animal. And that's the difference between using a rangefinder when you're a bow hunter and you're using a rangefinder when you're a rifle hunter. It's the time and the flight of the projectile. 234, let's see, I think we covered that one, which was the use of stationary game cameras. I supported it. I thought it was a reasonable thing to do, especially with the 3 a.m. start on the next day, knowing that almost every call that you make on a cell phone or any transmission could be tracked and could be found if a warrant was served to determine whether or not someone had broken the law. That, to me, it's something that could be enforceable. 235 is allowing the use of artificial lights while hunting small game. I'm opposed to it. I can't logically make the jump from harvesting an animal with no bag limit to hunting that same animal at night with a light and believe that that's okay. I believe that there's a short path from using a spotlight at night for hares to over-harvesting a resource and potentially providing the opportunity for poaching other animals. I think if you supported this, you'd be opening Pandora's box.
Okay, does that conclude your testimony?
It does.
Any questions from board members? Yeah. Looks like you're off the hook.
Woo! Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you for your participation in the AC and the important work you do.
You're welcome.
Next is Linda Pete. Linda?
Okay. All right, there you go. Good afternoon. My name is Linda Pete. I am from Gakona Village, lived there all my life, and I currently reside in Copper Center within the Otna region. I'm going to introduce myself to let you know where me and my family come from. My parents are the late Nicholas Tyone and Betty Tyone. My dad was from Gulkana Village and my mom was from Gakona. My grandparents are the late Buster and Alice Jean from Gakona and the late Jim and Annie Tyone of Gulkana, which are both in the Otna region. It is our custom to reintroduce us to let you know where we come from. I am here to testify in opposition of Proposal 234. I don't support this proposal. I was at the last Board of Game meeting in Wasilla testifying against a similar proposal, and my position still stays the same. The community hunt is important to our area, to our villages, and there is no reason to eliminate these hunts. I think there should be more stricter requirements on how people write proposals, because you're going to come back here all the time to testify on behalf of sometimes, it seemed like every Board of Game meeting we have to come here and defend our customary and traditional rights. It's never ending, so I think things need to be changed where you don't have to, if it's not legal, or the hunt is legal, so why change it, and is there a reason, any good reason why to change it? When I looked at the proposal, there were no good reason that I could see that why it should be discussed here today. You guys are here in the meeting for 9 days. That's a long time to be looking at all these proposals. It should be done in more efficient manner. I'm opposed to proposal 140 to adding more bear baiting stations. It's not necessary. Whatever happened to the rifle? How come people don't go after them with rifles and hunt them down like they used to? Bear baiting is just a easy way, I guess. I don't know why they even made that up. I support 237 to have bear baiting stations not near any kind of where people live or recreational area. I oppose all antlerless moose hunts. Never did support that. Never grew up that way. That's all I have for today.
Thank you, Linda. And questions from the board members? So you came all the way up from Copper Center to testify, or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you oppose antlerless moose hunts. Can you explain that as to your reasons behind the opposition of that as a kind of a carte blanche recommendation for non-use of antlerless moose hunts?
We never grew up that way. My grandparents and never believed in shooting the mama moose. That provides for, them to grow. And that's just not the way I was raised. And it's, and I believe that. My grandparents lived a long life and they lived off the land. And it provided for them. They were tough people back then. They survived a lot.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you very much for coming and speaking to us.
Thank you.
Next is Faye Iwan. Faye is, I don't see Faye here. So we go on to Brian Pearson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for all your hard work and for hearing my testimony. My name is Brian Pearson. I'm a wildlife biologist with the North Slope Borough Department of Wildlife Management, and I've been in that position since about 2003. Today I'm going to testify on Proposals 72 and 73, and my written comments are included in PC 128, which I'll be referring to. In those comments, we've included some language in the proposal form used by the board, which we believe will help clarify issues brought up by ADF&G's Proposal 72. The language provided in PC 128 helps to clarify confusion and legal issues associated with the SAG boat launch at the DOT camp, the Wiseman Village Road, and the community winter access trails that connect North Slope communities to the Dalton Highway in the winter season. We oppose Proposal 73 because completely eliminating the Dalton Highway corridor from the hunting regs will actually, we believe will lead to more confusion than actually exists today. And again, the language that we provided hopefully makes it legal for our community members to drive through, on the community winter access trails back to their communities. They're not hunting while they're doing that. It's, it's permitted through the DOT, through the BLM and a number of folks in the borough, and they travel in a caravan. So folks aren't hunting while they're doing that. And in the thought that because they've traveled through the corridor to their community, that then they are, not legal to hunt, it just doesn't make sense at all. That's not why that corridor exists. And I just want to note that there hasn't been any great effort to really provide outreach to oil industry, to, various other communities and among various departments that has not occurred. And finally, unfortunately, we weren't, on the North Slope, we weren't able to have an AC meeting in time for the advisory committee to provide comments on proposals. We scheduled it a number of times, and just between deaths and COVID and both, the meeting just fell through. So I guess I'm hoping that our department supports Proposal 260, the antlerless moose hunt, to reauthorize it to provide opportunity for hunters in our communities to provide food to their families. And we also support Proposal 262, which would reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemption. The AC has supported those two proposals annually for, jeepers, I forget how many years, but for a long time. But with that, I'll let you get back to your busy schedule, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brian, for coming all the way down here. You say removing the regulations would make it more confusing for the public versus just using the statute, but the issues you were having up there with the people, taking the haul road up to the ice road and going to their villages is the act of transporting hunting equipment and game parts sometimes. And that's the regulation. The statute doesn't, forbid that. So it would seem to me there would be some advantage to taking some of those restrictions away, from the regulatory process, which this is what we're doing.
Yeah, I don't fully agree with that. And I don't think people are actually transporting game meat through that corridor when they're doing this. They're going to Costco to pick up hamburger and chicken. Regarding transporting hunting equipment, in the language that we provided, I left it in my backpack, but we tried to address that would allow people to, transport a gun if they bought a new rifle or something, as long as they're not actively hunting. And again, when they're caravanning, through, they're not actively hunting. It's not an easy trip. I've never done it. I try to keep good care of my car so I don't have to buy a new one, but if I ever do, I'll hopefully use that winter access trail to get a new vehicle up there, as opposed to paying $7,000 to have it barged from Dead Horse to Barrow or Utqiagvik. But I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? Go ahead, Orville.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Thanks for your testimony. I really appreciate it. I was wondering if you guys discussed those expanding bullets proposals or in your department there.
Within the department, no, we did not.
Okay, and no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for coming down.
Okay, and thank you for all your efforts, and again, thank you to the great support staff here too. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, Mike Quinn. Yeah, Mike Quinn.
Yes, I do. Okay, my name is Mike Quinn. I'll introduce myself by saying that I'm recently retired from the Fairbanks Advisory Committee, where I served 4 years. From 2005 to 2012, I served on the Northern Norton Sound Advisory Committee and the Seward Peninsula Regional Advisory Council, where I was sometimes the chair. So I've been around the regulatory side of fishing game for quite some time. I'm here to testify against two proposals. The first one is the compromise version of Proposal 199. That proposal has a lot of problems. I'll list some of them. There's no marking requirement for the trap. So the enforcement's ability to identify who the violating party is extremely limited. You're going to have to catch them at the spot, rely on their good-natured honesty, perhaps on the testimony of other people who think they know whose trap it is. There's no definition of trail. While you name specific trails, the proposal does not define where to start measuring. You're using an exact measurement, 50 yards. Where do you start that measurement? Are the enforcement people going to carry a tape or a laser sighting device in order to affirm that it actually is 50 yards? The proposal has no mention of the prohibition against enforcement or interference of lawful trapping and hunting. I guarantee there's going to be plenty of people who see a set, they'll think it's within 50 yards, and they're going to pick it up, whether it's 50 yards or not. Then, who's going to enforce this? I'm assuming that much of the cost and time associated with enforcing this proposal will fall on the state's wildlife enforcement officers. So there's going to be an added cost if this proposal passes. I'm told that the 11 trails in this proposal have no history of problems between trappers and pet users. So why are they even there? In my opinion, this is not a compromise proposal. It's a get your foot in the door proposal. And, you know, anybody with some sense knows that the Alaska Wildlife Alliance will be back every session with new trails to add to this current proposal. If we can't get along the way things are, this is not going to improve it. And then I want to testify against, I apologize, I don't have the number. I just realized what was going on when the Anchorage guy testified against the proposal to allow wounded game in your bag limit. This is a crazy idea. I realize that they're doing it with some bears in Southeast, but let me point out, the only way to legally include your wounded animal in your bag limit is to mark your tag. When you mark your tag, what happens? You become liable legally for the salvage requirement in regulation. How do you meet a salvage requirement when you don't have an animal to salvage? What a crazy idea. Are you actually going to tell the trooper when he says your tag's marked, where's your animal? Oh, it's wounded. So I don't see any benefit in this. You'd have to change something to do with the salvage requirement. If you state you wounded an animal, you're going down a crazy road if you pass this proposal. Okay, that's all I got.
Well, thank you. Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Len.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mike, appreciate your testimony there and your points on Proposal 199. But since you're from, spent some time up in that northwest country there, what's your thoughts on Proposal 129, I believe, on full metal jacket versus soft point? for harvesting caribou or big game?
Well, I didn't read into that proposal. Is that what it says? Is it all big game or?
Basically, it would prohibit the use of solids, full metal jackets, for taking big game other than wolf or wolverine.
So in order to enforce that one, you've either got to dig the bullet out of the animal or catch the offending party with those bullets in the magazine of their gun. Again, you're reaching. With this proposal, whoever wrote it is reaching. I suspect that there are plenty of animals killed pretty quickly with full metal jacket bullets going through their heart or their lungs. I just don't, it's got too many variables and too many problems associated with it. If I was the enforcement guy in this state, I'd be telling you it's nuts.
Thanks. I wonder how you really feel about these things, but
I can't believe you thought you could compromise with the Alaska Wildlife Alliance. Lynn, if that was you, you are wrong, and you're not doing us any favor.
okay.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. No more questions. Benjamin Rich, are you here? Go ahead.
Hello, Chairman and members of the board. This is my first time engaging with this body. I'm excited to speak to all of you this afternoon. First off, I am representing myself today, and I'm going to focus on three things. The first being aerial scouting of Dall sheep. Second, crossbows and range-finding sites during archery seasons. And third, keeping the Dalton Highway Management Corridor intact. So first, I oppose proposals 135, 136, 137, and 139. Proposal 207, that was passed several years ago, was established to alleviate public concerns about aircraft use in hunting. I believe there's evidence to support that that is what that proposal successfully did. Also, it was proposed to prohibit use of flight in season to assess location, sex, and trophy quality of rams. And I think it's also been effective for that. And it says kind of a statement about equalizing opportunity in the state of Alaska for hunting, as well as really, limiting our means and showing that we care about the resource. Okay, on to sights and crossbows during archery season. First, I'd like to say that I support Proposal 138, which would expand Proposal 207 and would make it so it would be applicable to all open Dall sheep seasons. I support this proposal because I think that making it so aerial scouting of Dall sheep would be prohibited during the youth season would provide a better hunting experience for the youth and would also extend the length of the season where Dall sheep are not being actively disturbed by aircraft. So as far as crossbows and electronic sights, I oppose proposals 101, 123, and 124. I oppose these because archery seasons are very limited in the state of Alaska. And I think it's very important that they exist as they currently do to provide opportunity for more hunters with minimal impact. Archery seasons exist because they provide opportunity and you don't expect much harvest of animals. The more we erode that and make it so archery is a higher efficacy activity, we'll need to manage them differently. You can expect higher harvests. Now for the Dalton Highway Management Corridor, I oppose Proposal 173. I believe that rifle use within the corridor could be a safety hazard for drivers, important oil infrastructure in that area. Also, I think it's important to protect that archery hunting opportunity. It's one of the few we have in the state. And local subsistence hunting. I've personally done the Steese Highway caribou hunt the last year, and it was quite an experience coming as a hunter from outside. And I think it's good that we have open opportunities like that people are able to go and get meat, especially from the road system. But I think there's a reason that the Hall Road corridor is managed the way it is, and I think it should stay that way. One last thing is I would like to say that I support Proposal 162. I do believe that snowshoe hares should be managed as a game animal and that we should require salvage. I think that says a good thing about the state of Alaska, that we manage and value snowshoe hares and that they cannot be killed needlessly or wasted. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Ben. That was good. I'm just concerned about new technology for bows.
Yeah.
You know, so what I'm getting kind of from your statement is whatever we have today, we shouldn't allow any more future stuff to come up because it'd be more effective and potentially, you know, have increased in harvest. Is that what you're driving at?
Yeah, I was essentially using the slippery slope argument there. I am worried about future technological advances, and specifically when it comes to these electronic sights, I don't know if it'll be any more effective than the current coupling of handheld laser rangefinders and sights with variable pins. But I think when you combine the two, like electronic scopes on rifles, adding electronics to mechanical systems can make them more prone to failure. I don't know if that'll be a concern in the field or not, but it seems like an unnecessary regulation to me that I don't see really adding to anything.
Yeah, anything mechanical in the field can break.
Absolutely, yeah, especially when you couple it with electronics, it's even worse.
Any additional questions from board members? Well, this was your first time testifying, so we expect to see you again in the future.
I'm sure you will.
Okay, and you'll have plenty to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. And last, in our afternoon testimony here, I think we have Ken Chase, the AC.
Mr. Chairman, President, members of the board, I thank you for your time and your work on behalf of the Wildlife of Alaska and for the advisory committees. My name is Kenneth Chase. I am and reside at Anvik, Alaska, and I employed part-time, and I work with the Fish and Wildlife Service in the McGrath-Glen area on resources and then within the wildlife refuges. I've been in almost 50 years in advisory committee, and I think the longest in the state. I'm about ready to hang it up this year, I think, and start doing other fun things. But I've been involved with this because I believe in it. I've worked with all the villagers in my area, the Cache communities, and all the people, and I hope they can carry that on later. One other thing I'd like to bring to the attention of the board before I say our proposals is this year was a bad year for communications and work because of the COVID stuff, and I had a lot of problems getting a committee meeting. I'd tried several times because of COVID stuff, because of people getting locked out and then getting on and getting back off again. We didn't get much support from the support section on proposals because we were told that proposal books were not going to be printed anymore and they were going to be put online and we'd have to print them. Well, I didn't have any way of printing material and stuff, and I never got a lot of the proposal until just before we had our meetings, and then we had to kind of scratch around to get some of the members help out on what we were trying to do. So our committee finally ended up meeting twice in February. We met on the 9th, and we had such a big turnout by telephone that we had to go through all the reports and from the biologists and from the people that were interested in talking. And then we adjourned, and then we went back and meeting on the 15th, 6 days later, we went into the proposals. And the proposals we received were ones that was kind of selected by our management, our biologist. And I never did get to see the statewide proposals that some are in, some are being addressed here. I'm hearing them for the first time, and it kind of peeved me a little bit, but we continued on and we acted on 16 proposals. And I'm going to start with, and I'd like to say too that our committee, we didn't have any recordings. I had to get a guy from Holy Cross, a committee member, to write down proposals and try to get comments, and I didn't get any comments back, so it was hard for me to be chairing the meeting and trying to write down notes on what the comments were on those specific proposals. And as it turned out, I never got anything back that was worth using. And so I'm going to start off with proposal 120, which is taken again by proxy. It was by the McGrath Advisory Committee. Our committee passed that unanimous with some discussion, but nothing that really changed anybody. Everybody supports proxy hunting, and that was passed 6-0. Proposal 129 passed with a vote of 3-2, and there was a lot of discussion on this proposal on soft point, hard point, and I think a lot of the younger set people, hunters, were supporting these small caliber hunting weapons that we older people opposed. Because a lot of the area, this discussion was a lot of our shooting in our area is quick. You can't take a good headshot with a hard point bullet, you know, because like a moose comes out and he's there for a few seconds and he's gone, and you get a quick shot. And you don't usually shoot at the head in those points. You shoot toward the bigger part of the moose, and you use bigger shells. So that was some of the arguments we've had, but it passed 3-2. Proposal 130 passed 5-0, and it was unlawful method of taking game with the urine, or that's what we're having problems with in the state that we're outlawed. We'd like to see that outlawed. Proposal 131 passed. Game parts, bird parts to be used for trapping smaller game. That passed 5-0. Proposal 163 failed on 2 yes and 3 no. And there was a restriction to make it a shot on an unwounded animal count as taken. If you wound it and it runs away, that counts toward your bag, and nobody wanted to support that. Most of the people are hunting there for subsistence, they say, and if they do lose an animal, they try their damnedest to get it, and sometimes you can't, and if you don't, if this passes, then they'd not be able to pursue the other animal. So, proposal 137 passed unanimous, 5-0. It's Kuskokwim down in Stony River area's request to divide their unit into 2 units, and we support that because we think they're moving toward trying to be more active in their helping manage their moose and bring their moose back, especially the moose. So we passed that 5-0. Proposal 230 failed at 5-0. It's we don't have too much concerns with sheep, and we don't hunt sheep in our area, but for some reason the committee wanted to vote on it, and so we just voted it 5-0. Proposal 239 failed, unanimous 5-0. That is required permit hunt conditions and procedures to, required permit hunt condition for the heck was that? Online stuff, and there was discussion on that, but people we didn't expand on it. They just said, no, we don't want to mess with it, so they voted it down 5-0. Salvage a game, meat, fur, and hides failed 5-0. Eliminate the requirement to salvage rib meat and for on bone for moose, caribou, as bison as follows. We've always had people in our area always have felt this was not a good thing to do, and it's traditionally it's not done, and people like bone on their meat. They like moose soup bone, like the ribs, and they can't see anybody throwing out the ribs and throw it away and bring the meat back. And the argument of if you cut them off and you can save them that's a bad thinking, because it'll spoil faster if you cut it up than if you just leave it whole and hang it and dry it. So there's no way they want to support anything to do with boning out the ribs. Proposal 247 failed 5-0, control of predator wolves. All the different things that was argued in this proposal was just thrown out the window, said they didn't want to hear it, and just voted 5-0. Proposal 254 was no action, and it's not a point of being against or for it. It's done all the time, and the next proposal is one we have for our area, so we didn't act on 254. 259 passed to 5-0. Hunting season bag limits for reauthorization of winter moose hunts in 21E, passed 5-0. Proposal 261 passed 5-0. Brown bear tag exemption fees. And 262 passed 5-0. Brown bear tag fees. Proposal 267 passed 4 yes and 1 no. And again, we're not sheep hunters, so we don't hunt sheep and down where we are. Sometimes maybe from around McGrath, if we do go up hunting, we go with that area. But I think the committee, when they were discussing this, they felt more like, who do we follow? We got to follow the management, the biologists, or we got to talk to some people locally and see what the problem is. And we looked at the stats on the sheep and said, no, let's just cut it out and let's not allow some non-resident huntings for a while to see if that sheep can come back. So that was the thinking there. Proposal 271 failed, no. 5, and unanimous no. Positioning for hunting game animals is, people argue that we're okay where we're at now. If we're in an area where we have a lot of foliage and trees and stuff, and if you're driving along in a snow machine and you're hunting moose, and all at once a moose comes tearing out in front of you, and it's close enough to shoot, well, you jump off your machine, and that machine you're not on it anymore, and you can shoot it. And that's the thing that they want to keep. They don't want to be restricted to this other positioning thing. So that failed 5-0. And that's it.
Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Orville.
Thank you, Ken. Good to see you again. Sorry to hear you guys had so much problems with the proposals. There was quite a few. But I was wondering, on that positioning one, did you guys get the one with the amendments? Some amendments made to it, you must have heard it here today.
No, I just got in not too long ago, so I didn't hear that.
Oh, okay, I was curious. Yeah, I've got some other questions, but I'll save them and just talk to you. It's, I know how hard it is to travel.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ken. Appreciate your 50 years of service to the AC. Earlier, since in the beginning of the meeting, we had a really good report on wood bison, and since you're a big part of that project and you live in the area, how do you think the wood bison are doing in your area? Or do you give us a brief report from your perspective?
Yeah, I talked to several people in Holy Cross and Shaglook, because Holy Cross just seemed to inherit all at once the bison. You know, they moved from their original position up at Shaglook where we transplanted them, and they finally found their range, where they're winter ranging now down below Holy Cross over toward the Aniak Hills. And I guess because of less snow there and a different type of feeding, but they go in there for the winter range, and then they're going back up to Shaglook area, across Shaglook for their breeding seasons. And so our report were that they were looking, this year, the calves were looking real good. They had big amount of calves, and they were all healthy and coming along. The herd lost, since we've transplanted them, has decreased a little, but we knew that was going to happen because of the different, that acclimation to the area and where the ice is bad or where not to go to. So I think they're finding their home now, and then department now is possibly looking at getting 40 more animals, maybe this year, we hope, to bring out their younger animals to maybe hasten the increase of that herd a little more. So they're doing good so far.
Commissioner?
Well, Ken, on behalf of the department, thank you for 50 years of service. That's pretty amazing. The knowledge you bring to the board has been excellent over those 50 years. I just got a kind of a general question. You said 50 years, so how is the changing climate in your eyes affecting moose production out in the Gash area? And what would you leave us with as recommendations moving forward in terms of wildlife management and changing climate in terms of hunting opportunity and seasons and other things?
Well, with moose, moose came about the time when I first came into the country too. But we noticed that the highs and lows, of the moose being good and then dropping down, and we lose a bunch because of extreme weather. Well, we don't have that really extreme weather anymore. It's not cold anyway, but we've had, the last couple of years, we've had ice forming, over the snow, and it got pretty deep, so that hindered them more than anything. I think they couldn't get out to feed, and then the predators got at them, pretty easy. So that's one of the things we noticed on the moose, and we just can't, there's nothing we can do about that, but, try to help manage them and keep the numbers up.
Do you think the department needs more flexibility, I guess, in terms of season length and other things to accommodate that? Because what I'm sensing is that we have these season lengths defined in statute, but because of a variety of snow conditions and other things, we sometimes leave harvestable surplus at the end of that season unused. And so we are typically extending seasons. Do you think that flexibility is good, or should we expand on that? Or
I think working with the Fish and Wildlife and the state both on moose, like on antlerless moose, and we have a hunt right now that's on February 15th to March 15th. And it's for local people that didn't get moose the last fall season. So it's open for permit registration for this month. And we don't seem to be getting that much requests to get moose. I think the last 3-4 years we only got like 6 or 7 each hunt. So it's telling us that moose population and the people acquiring the moose that are needed are getting it earlier in the fall. So that fall season seems to be the one that we have to keep an eye on and try to manage it some way, maybe more, since refrigeration came in and different ways of taking care of meat have come in, people can, put more away. So I think that's a big one we have to watch.
Thank you again. Thank you for 50 years. Really appreciate it.
Orville, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'll add to that too a little bit. What do you think about all those moose on the lower river? Are they starting to work their way up? Some of the scientists understand it, but then local people see it on the ground. From like down lower Yukon, moving up into your area.
The true fact of that is that they moved out of our area, down into that area several years ago. And now they're coming back up again. So we have a really big concentration of moose right now around Holy Cross and Russian Mission, which is alarming the biologists because it's the twin rate is changing and it's showing signs of being overpopulated. So that's another concern.
Yeah, the reason I ask is pretty simple. As a scientist, I'm always forced to listen to what they call the A word, anecdotal information. But in our world, that was always what we did. That's how we managed our wildlife. That's how come I never use that word, but I appreciate your observations and your outstanding service on the GASH committee. Couldn't have done it without you the whole time I've been through this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we all thank you, and you don't really have to quit. 52 years works too, or 53. So, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. Just a couple quick questions on Proposal 120 was for proxy hunting for moose. I see there's some caribou left in that country. Would you also think that would apply to caribou proxying as well as moose?
I think so, but we don't have, no, we do get little caribou out of the northwest herd now and then. They come to the head of the Anvik River, but we don't really take them, we don't really go after them unless they come to our door. So it's mainly the McGrath area, the herd out of the Alaska range around through there that are in the Mulchatna herd that we're talking about,
Did your AC, did they discuss, the taking of white animals, restricting the taking of white animals or, the salvage of hares?
White animals? No, we didn't have any, not that I know of.
It was probably one of those proposals you guys didn't get there. Somebody was asking us to restricting the taking of white animals.
No, I didn't get that one.
Okay. What about salvage of hares, the hide or the meat?
I didn't see that either.
Okay.
But and traditionally, that used to be a food source.
Yeah.
The hair and I remember my grandmother used to have her cache full of hides hanging, for garments and stuff. And then the squirrels would get in there and tear them up.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, thanks, Ken. And at this time, I believe we'll take a break until 3:30, and we'll go to remote testimony. Ready? Yeah, we're going to call the board back to order. It's about 3:33, and we're going to get folks set up for remote testimony here. And then we'll kind of waiting for a couple of our members to return, but just want to make sure it's ready.
Mr. Chair, this is Kyle from Board Support. We do have 2 remote testifiers ready to go whenever y'all are ready.
Okay, it's going to be a minute or so, but go ahead and. We have our remote testimony.
So Annie, hey Annie, before you go, so like, we're not seeing it.
Okay, so Kyle, you can go ahead and put the first testifier in.
Okay, and just so you know, we did attempt to contact the 2 remote testifiers that were scheduled for yesterday. Both Troy Justinson and Peter Barella, they were not available today. So if you want that to be their second call, not sure how you want to do that for remote testifiers. But.
Okay. So we're going to start with Butch King. Is that correct?
That's correct, and Gary is going to have to miss his first call. I will move Andrew Freeberg into the meeting room now.
Okay, thank you. Andrew. Andrew, if you're there, we're all ready to hear from you.
Okay, you guys can hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can.
All right, I'm calling from sunny Unalaska today. My name is Andrew Freeberg. I'm a resident of Unalaska. I'm a small business owner of fishing gear maintenance. To the board, I am asking to exempt sterilized community cats from the list of species prohibited from being released into the wild. I wondered how I would present this case to you. I thought about saying this and about saying that. And then I realized it's right there in the language. Wild. The word wild in the Oxford Dictionary is of a place or region uninhabited, uncultivated, or inhospitable. And I repeat, of a place or region uninhabited, uncultivated, or inhospitable. Right there, the word wild. We do not trap or release our cats into wild. Alaska Administrative Code 5 AAC 92.029 is specific to wild areas, and these cats are not present in wild areas. Humans created the cat overpopulation issue, and we need an effective, humane, and community acceptable way to deal with the cat population. Removing cats from the list will allow animal rescue groups and shelters to help reduce the cat population. Current methods of cat eradication, doing nothing, or euthanizing cats is not working. So what do we want? What do we want to do? We want to change the language so that we can legally do trap, neuter, vaccinate, release, and get these cat populations down. We do care about getting these cats under control. It is a big thing for us. You know, we do care about the cats, but we don't want to see them living in inhumane conditions, and that's why, the spay, neuter, vaccinate, and release is huge. And if we look at the other alternatives, realistically, the funding mechanism to trap and euthanize by the feds or the state is going to take a lot of taxpayer dollars. It's going to take a lot of time, but a lot of money from the taxpayers. how much will a trip to Dutch Harbor cost? I mean, how many people will they send out here to trap and euthanize? Then when they can only catch a quarter of the population, if that, will they come back next season? How much will that cost? Now, you know, I used to work as a commercial fisherman most of my adult life. And industry and agents. Oh, hello?
We're hearing you just fine.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Industry and you know, I used to work as a commercial fisherman most of my adult life there. And I know that industry and agency can work together to prevent incidental bycatch of bird species, you know, whether it be, you know, like the invert entanglement gear when you're long lining, you know, to keep, you know, birds out of your gear and stuff like that. And there's, you know, many different ways to do this, but I'm going off on a tangent, I'm sorry. All right, municipalities, boroughs, animal rescue can work together to get these populations under control. You know, it is a big thing for us. We do want to see cat populations getting under control. You know, the spay, neuter, and release, you know, not everything's perfect in this world. It's not. But it's one of the probably more effective programs. And you can get all different kinds of people from, you know, military women to crab fishermen that are, you know, willing to do this. We have a lot of our own funding and private funding. And, you know, it's passion too. A lot of it is passion. You know, there's a lot of groups that are willing to do this and get those cat populations under control. We can do it. We just need to change the language on this. Please, you know, do the right thing. I guess any questions, comments, any of that?
Okay, any questions from board members? Not seeing any questions here, Andrew, so thank you for your testimony. And as we can go along to the next person on the list, if they're ready. Should be Frederick Marshall.
Okay, all right, thank you. I guess any questions, comments?
Okay, any questions from board members?
This is Kyle from Board Support. Mr. Chair, I believe we have Frederick Marshall on the line. I think we're hearing some audio from Frederick.
The next person on the list, if they're ready.
We're hearing a delayed recording of your voice, Mr. Chair, from Frederick's phone.
Oh, yeah, we heard him a couple of times and we heard me again, so let's go ahead and try Frederick Marshall.
I think we're hearing audio from Frederick. The next person on the list. Yes, we're hearing a delayed recording of your voice, Chair, from Frederick's phone.
Yeah, we heard him a couple of times and we heard me again.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I think we're having some technical difficulties with Frederick. I'm going to move Frederick into a technical assistance room. We have Robert Castle, who's 2 down on the list. We'll get him in here shortly. Robert Castle is now on the line.
Okay, Robert, you can go ahead and give your testimony.
Hey, thank you for this opportunity to testify remotely. My name is Robert Castle. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Thank you. I'll proceed. I would like to speak first to feral cats, Proposal 145. I do support this. I regularly have feral cats in my yard where I reside in the Matanuska Valley. Feral cats are known to kill native wildlife, preying heavily on birds. Their release should not be allowed, and if seen killing native species, should permit their immediate lethal removal. I think I'm pretty clear on that. Next would be trapping. Proposal 199. I do not support as written. I trap, and this proposal goes too far. As previously testified, I had my well-trained hunting dog caught in a snare next to my home in the valley. There should be areas where lethal type traps like the conibear should not be permitted, areas with multiple homes present, developed areas, and high use public trails. Proposal 267 I support. In Game Management Unit 19, last fall, non-residents harvested 33 rams, with residents harvesting only 6 rams. This is less than the half of the previous several years' harvest. If the board believes there is a need to limit hunter sheep harvest in Game Management Unit 19, this proposal gives the board a way to comply with the state's constitution. The residents know there is a problem causing sheep numbers to decline. The residents know that the guided non-residents kill the majority of rams in Unit 19. I've hunted extensively in Game Management Unit 16 and 19. The last 3 seasons, I've seen a precipitous decline in sheep numbers there. While hunting the Western Alaska Range, I personally have passed on harvesting just legal full-cow rams due to these being the only remaining mature rams in the area I was hunting. This decline in sheep numbers is worse than the winter of 1999-2000, which took 10 years for the sheep numbers to recover. I do not want to see the residents put on a permit draw like happened in Unit 13. Again, if the board believes there is a need to limit the hunter harvest, limit the non-resident harvest first. Last season's harvest data show that the residents have already begun this by limiting their harvest to 6 rams, where the guided non-residents killed 33. On to next proposal, 231. I support amending what is edible meat for cranes, geese, and swans. Pretty straightforward. In closing, I have gotten a tremendous amount of enjoyment from sheep hunting in Alaska. I've been around the world half a dozen times now in the pursuit of mountain game, and from these experiences, I have come to value what we have here in Alaska more. I want to make you aware that in some of the countries I have hunted, the residents are not even allowed to hunt Argylle sheep. I want to see the residents of Alaska have the same opportunities I've had here as much as possible, giving considerations for conservation of these magnificent animals. Thank you again for making my remote testimony possible. Thank you for serving the public interest in this process. I'm done.
Thank you for testifying. Board member questions. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. Did I hear you right? Did you say you fly around 19C?
I do, yes. I have for years. I've harvested several nice sheep over there.
Nice. Could you estimate what the lamb ewe ratio is over there?
So it's way off. So it's on a good year, you have 30 lambs to 100 ewes. It's down below 10.
All right, thank you.
Additional board member questions? Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your testimony there. So just for me to be clear, on Proposal 199, you don't support it as written, or you don't support it as amended?
As written, I was not aware there was an amendment. I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, we'll go on to our next testifier. I believe that's going to be Frederick Minshall. Is that correct, Kyle?
That is correct. Yep, I'll move Frederick in now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Frederick is now on the call.
Thank you.
Hello,
Fred.
can you hear me?
Yes, Frederick, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. My name is Fred Minchell. I have a fisheries biology degree and I worked for the National Marine Fisheries Service for 3 decades. For half that time, I lived and worked in Alaska. I retired in March 2018. I authored proposal number 145 to address the following issues. 1, that maintaining unconfined domestic cats, Felis catus, under the auspices of Trap Neuter Release, TNR, Trap Vaccinate Neuter Release, TVNR, or any practice involving capturing, veterinary treatment of, and re-release of cats must never be legalized in the state of Alaska. 2, that feeding unconfined domestic cats be prohibited in Alaska, including attracting and feeding them on one's own property and or distributing so-called barn cats or working cats to Alaskan farms and businesses. 3, to prohibit animal control agencies from placing stray and feral cats with any organization practicing TNR. 4, and that these destructive quote-unquote community vermin be classified deleterious exotic wildlife to provide for their lethal removal by any hunting and trapping methods and locations allowed in Alaska. I vehemently oppose Proposal 144's unscientific, irresponsible arguments seeking to afflict vulnerable human communities and native wildlife populations with invasive reflex-killing disease vectors. As my written proposal and comments cover these issues in detail, I briefly address Proposal 144's most glaring flaws. Proposal 144 makes absolutely no mention of domestic cats' deleterious impact on public health and biodiversity, despite their vectoring at least 70 zoonotic diseases dangerous to humans. Also, unconfined cats torture and slaughter at least 11.4 billion native mammals, birds, and reptiles in the U.S. annually. Mojo's Hope and Cats, Anchorage, Clear Creek Cat Rescue, Matsu, Loving Companions Animal Rescue, North Pole, and St. Francis Animal Rescue, Wrangell, to name but a few, continue to release invasive felines in our environment in direct violation of 5 AAC 92029. They have more than once publicly admitted this. Indeed, Mojo's Hope's president, the author of Proposal 144, does so in writing in her proposal. Should those who openly violate state regulations have a voice in modifying them? We don't call rats community rodents and try to stabilize their populations through TVNR. We designate them invasive pests and eliminate them. Cats carry and transmit more dangerous diseases than do rats, and our vulnerable communities should not be needlessly exposed to such diseases, not to mention wanton destruction of their native mammals and birds, because misguided individuals want to engage in cat ranching. The IUCN identifies the following taxa as the worst invasive terrestrial vertebrates. They are, in descending order: 1, invasive commensal rodents, Rattus rattus, Rattus norvegicus, and Mus musculus. 2, domestic cats, Felis catus. 3, domestic dogs, Canis familiaris. And 4, domestic swine, Sus scrophulus. Note that 3 of these taxa are already included on the deleterious exotic wildlife list. Feral cats are the only exceptions. This must be corrected. In November 2017, the board unanimously rejected TNR legislation. The current proposal offers no new arguments supporting this except 2 so-called research papers authored by TNR propagandists Daniel Spihar and Peter Wolf, neither of whom are biologists. These are funded by Best Friends Animal Society, subjected to mostly anonymous quote-unquote peer review, and published in the journal Animals. Retired certified wildlife biologist for the state of Alaska, Rick Sinnott, submitted point-by-point rebuttals, first published by the American Bird Conservancy, to both Spihar-Wolf papers. Links to said rebuttals are included at the end of my written comments disputing Proposal 144, PC 116, pages 23 to 24. I urge the board to reject legalization of TNR. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I think it was pretty clear. And I'm not sure how well received by everyone, but very, very clear and concise. Any questions from board members? Oh, no questions, so obviously it was quite clear.
Okay. I have a minute left, right? Because pretty much everything the previous guy discussing TNR said was absolutely wrong.
Okay. I think we could tell that from your original testimony.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, with that, I think we're going to Mr. Neeland. Neeland Taylor. Are you on?
I'm sorry, did you ask for Neeland Taylor?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you've got him. So, should I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead with your testimony, please.
Okay, so I want to testify in support of amended proposal 199. That's the proposal for 50-yard buffers from some trails in the Matsu Inner Borough area and also in the Talkeetna area. It's a proposal for 50-yard buffers for some kinds of traps, not all traps. And it is not a proposal to ban trapping outside of the 50-yard buffers. I want to be clear that as disappointed as I am in the process that was used, I am supporting, I'm only speaking for myself, although I'm on the board of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, I am supporting the amended proposal, and I have urged my friends and people online through social media to support amended proposal 199. I would like to see one trail in particular added, which is the Swan Lake Trail, which starts, as far as I understand it, in a subdivision right in Wasilla. And it is right next to the McIntons grade school, and which the Swan Lake Trail and the Upland Loop. I've talked to one teacher who taught that, retired from that area or from that school, and they use it as an outdoor classroom for grade school children. And the reason it was not put on the list was we ran out of time and no one knew anything about the trail, including myself. And I want to just, in my written comments, I provided published material. You know, there's a big sign and there's boardwalk on this trail. And the fact, and it's all there in my written comments, and you can look at that. I would also like to add, and this is just me talking, basically no trapping of fur bearers within the city limits of the cities of Palmer and Wasilla. These are highly developed, highly populated areas, and the idea that fur bearer trapping should go on inside those cities, to me, does not make common sense. I want to comment a little bit. First of all, to Board Member Keogh, I thank him for making an effort. That's genuine and sincere. And I want to be critical of the department itself. The department took the issue or took the position on Proposal 199 that it's an allocation issue. That's wrong. That's just not true. It's a public safety issue. That's why we're promoting it. Dogs are property, and public safety includes protection of people's property. And the proposal has been made, and the focus is to protect people's property, their dogs. And it is unrealistic to think that people are not going to be if everyone in Alaska or everyone in the Matsu Borough is going to have their dog on a leash all the time. If you go outdoors, you know, and you'll see that people just aren't doing that. Nicole Schmidt and I and others would like to see these buffers do not have the resources to identify and provide material on all the trails that are heavily used by hikers, walkers, skiers, and bikers. Preparing a comprehensive list of the trails, the campsites, the public use cabins, where there should be buffers from fur bearer trapping is beyond our capabilities. When I testified back in January, I said we were amateurs. And what I meant by that is I don't have the resources to put together a list and provide all the materials so that we can sit down with trappers and talk about which should be on the list and which shouldn't. And one of the comments looking at what we went through, we met on Valentine's Day at Fish and Game's office in Palmer. But, you know, one of the interesting things is that the trappers there had never been to many of the trails we were talking about. They didn't know anything about them. And as a practical matter, quite a few of the trails I didn't know anything about. Nicole Smith didn't either. The department should prepare a list, and the department should gather the materials, such as I did for the Swan Lake Trail, this published material showing pictures and the boardwalk and how it's used by children and people in the neighborhood going for evening walks. That kind of material is the type of thing that the department has the capacity, the resources, the employees. So at any rate, I'm urging the department to prepare a list and to provide material. And the board has the ability to come forward with its own proposals. And I hope that you ask the department to do that or pass a proposal or a resolution at this meeting saying, department, please prepare a list of the trails for the next areas that are coming up. I believe that's Cooper Landing, Seward, and and 14C, where it's pretty much taken care of by the Anchorage Ordinance. But, you know, for the Kenai Peninsula is coming up at the next round of meetings, and we're going to go through this again. And I would like to see it done in a much more organized fashion with government resources, getting all this material together, put it out there, and then the public, both trappers and people like me, can comment and so forth. And so I urge you to pass amended proposal 199, and board member Keogh did provide an RCO, I guess that's what you call them, on that. It's RCO 14, and I am urging endorsement of that and passage. And I thank you very much.
Thank you, and that would be
Go ahead.
RC 14, or RC whatever.
Yeah, okay, RC 014.
014. Any questions from board members? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nealon, for participating in the stakeholders meeting. You're probably the best person to ask this question is, how many people does it take to not comply with the law before that law is irrelevant in the court system?
Well, I'm an attorney, and I think it was 1976 that the Supreme Court in the state of Alaska said that the possession of small amounts of marijuana is legal. That was 1976, and it's been a felony on the federal level ever since. Still is. I believe it's a felony. I think it's a felony. And you go out on the highway and you see how many people are speeding. And I guess my best answer to that is that if law enforcement went out and started arresting or citing everyone whose dog was off leash, you would see a hullabaloo, and those laws would be changed.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional board member questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
All right. And thank you.
And my list shows Alicia Hancock being next. Is she on?
Yes, hello.
Go ahead with your testimony. That's for the AC, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alicia Hancock, and I'm representing today the Copper Basin AC here in Glen Ellen. I will be commenting on our proposals that you guys should have in AC 6. So I'll start. I'm going to kind of jump around a little bit because I want to make sure I capture certain ones, and then so I might go back and forth a little bit. But so today I'm representing the AC only, and we'll be giving their testimony. So I'll start with since we just did the trapping, the other gentleman, just before, I'll go ahead and start with that, with proposal 199, that was moved over from the last meeting. We had commented on that and opposed it, 013 opposed. In looking through the proposal, there's 49 of those trails that are in Unit 13. And in our discussions, we talked about that really it's too broad of a proposal. It covers too many areas. We understand that there are specific areas of the near populated residential areas that are having issues with dogs getting caught in traps. Things that we would like the board to consider is that, historically, many of these trails originally were put in by trappers. A lot of these trails are broken in or, by trappers and maintained throughout the winter by trappers. And so we know that, a lot of times people are out exploring and then they'll come across these trails and then they want to use them. And so, we understand that, that there is other use, but we don't think that by putting this in place, saying 50 yards off a multi-use trail, that's right. We believe that, there's other solutions. I know out here in our area, we work with our local Fish and Game, and they actually just put on a trapping safety class down in the Kenny Lake area because they were having some issues with some trails down there near residences. We do believe that trappers need to respect and follow ethical trapping regulations and, ethical trapping. I know a lot of that is not done through regulation, but most trappers, do follow ethical trapping, and there are always a handful of people, unfortunately, that, won't do the right thing. But we strongly oppose the 50 yards. We also have concerns out the multi-use trail. Then if, a lot of times we set side trails to get to a tree that we want, is that going to be considered part of the original multi-use trail? With the deep snow conditions that we've had as well, if just for, to hike off 50 yards to your trail, it's very extremely hard on trappers. Moving on, I want to talk about proposal 244, eliminate all community subsistence harvest hunts. Once again, we oppose this. 011, we did have a person that had to drop off the call at that point. And so, but we do, we support community subsistence harvests and hunts. And so we do not want to eliminate. I know that there have been issues that was taken up at the last meeting. But just know that out here in the Glen Allen Copper Basin area, we do support community subsistence hunts. It allows for, community hunters to help hunt for our elders and for other neighbors and give meat and share. And so we do oppose eliminating the community hunts 0 to 11. I wanted to talk about proposal 135, repealing the restriction on use of aircraft for locating dull sheep. And actually it was kind of grouped into a couple of different proposals. But repealing the restriction on use of aircraft for locating dull sheep, we do support that unanimously. At that meeting, we had 8 members in attendance, so 8-0. We believe that this restriction is very hard to enforce, and we just don't like making regulations that you can't enforce, that aren't enforceable. We do believe that same-day airborne rule is an easier rule to enforce, so we would like to go back to that. I will jump to proposal 230, changing the definition for full curl horn. We oppose that unanimously, so 0-12 oppose. We're already recognized that we have low numbers already, and we don't agree with taking earlier in the life cycle, just make it easier for taking sheep. And when we have a concern with sheep populations, we don't believe that changing the full curl at this time is a good thing. Proposal 234, we once again oppose this unanimously. So this is for allowing the use of stationary game cameras that transmit photos wirelessly. We opposed it 0-12. We did have quite a bit of discussion on this, but essentially, we want to keep hunting. We want to stick to the spirit of hunting, and that's boots on the ground, do the work. Without more technology, if you're allowed to do this and allow photos to transmit wirelessly, you could be using the bear stands as an example. You could be sitting in your nice warm vehicle or in an RV and waiting for the bear that you really want to take to show up and then head out to the bait. And we just don't agree with that. Or you could sit at home and wait till the moose walk down your trail and then head out. And so we think it's also one of these regulations that would be super hard to enforce. And we don't like making regulations that are hard to enforce. We also made a note that it kind of seemed like there were two proposals in this one and it seemed very confusing to us. Let's see. I guess that really covered the biggest things that we wanted to cover. I guess if there's any questions.
Questions from board members? Not seeing any question. Well, the commissioner has a question for you.
So I was intrigued by your comments regarding the full coral ram and not relaxing those. Do you feel the same way that the Federal Subsistence Board should continue management based on full curl management scenarios?
Actually, I will have to defer. I actually work for the Bureau of Land Management, and we do federal subsistence, so I'd like to recuse myself from that question. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Al, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alicia, for that. Did your committee talk about the use of bird wings and backs for trapping?
We did. Can you remind me which? Let's see. I believe we did. Let's see here.
It would have been 131 and 132.
Oh, we did not. I'm looking at my notes now. I think we just figured you guys can figure it out on those, and so we skipped those.
I'm always looking for help.
Okay, any additional board member questions? So if not, thank you for your testimony and thank you for working on the AC.
Great. Like I said, AC6 was has all of our comments for all the different ones. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Next, we should have Alyssa Rogers, Yukon-Kuskokwim.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming through. Go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have the letter from the Yukon-Kuskokwim Regional Advisory Council before you?
Well, the members all have it here, yes.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the board. I do have to apologize. I'm actually out hunting right now, so if you hear snow machine background noise or guns going off, I do have to apologize for the we're going to be, well, we have submitted and changed one of the wildlife proposals 22-41 in regards to the Mulchatna caribou herd migrational range. And we have added to do a 5-year moratorium based on all the comments that we were hearing from the public and the worries about food security, the inability to go fishing, and the consistent regulations that prevent us from going subsistence harvesting. Now, with the population as it is currently dropping, and it doesn't seem to be improving, and our lack of knowledgeable data and the continuation of going out and getting research and information on our caribou in order to bring up the population objective to 30,000 with the surplus harvest for subsistence taking. Mr. Chair, through the board, I'm only going to be voicing what is coming through from our public and our advisory council. We feel that this is necessary for the justification that has been written in the letter that is before you. Now, if our federal subsistence board does not act on taking the addition from the delegation authority that is going to be put forth in front of them this spring, our advisory council is going to put forth a special action to put a 5-year moratorium. Now, this doesn't cancel out anything. It's an extra added measure in order for us to protect what we have now so that we can have a harvestable surplus later. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members or the department? Scott has a question for you if you're still there.
Hi, Alyssa. Ryan Scott with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Thank you for your testimony, and I hope you are successful today. So I'm hoping to hear the gunshot in the back. Just out of curiosity, do you know the timing that you'll be submitting this request to the Federal Subsistence Board, or has it already gone in?
Thank you. Yes, through the chair, thank you for that question. Excellent question. Our advisory council took it up day before yesterday, or was it yesterday? I believe it was day before yesterday, where we took it up and it voted unanimously. Right after we heard a whole bunch of public comments, and our board, or our council had concerns and could hear the outcry from the people out here. So it has been put forth to the board. It is their wildlife proposal action 22-41. They will be taking that up at their next meeting, I believe. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's going to be next month is when they're going to be taking this up. So I hope that it's a timely enough opportunity for us to get this taken care of as soon as possible. Yeah, you could hear people shooting in the background. Just let you know they got 4. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We do have one other question, and that is, what were they hunting for?
We're out right now teaching our 3 kids how to go ptarmigan hunting. So my husband's right now on the other snow machine with our youngest 2 boys chasing after ptarmigan.
Great. Well, that's great. Thank you again, and thanks for teaching your children how to hunt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to say something really quick before I get offline here. I really hope that you guys are on board with putting a 5-year moratorium instead of having to wait till we are completely at a standstill and our hands are forced into having a moratorium. I mean, regulations don't come really easy for us hunters out here, and having restrictions and constant being regulated constantly really hurts us out here. And the inability to have food on the store shelves at a consistent rate, and our food being stuck at the store, or the airlines, cargo airlines for 2 weeks. So by the time it gets to us, it's rotten. And I spent $300 on food just for it to come home spoiled, and I cried so hard. Yeah, it's tough, and I really hope that you guys are on board with this, because we're self-regulating ourselves in order for us to have more later. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you very much. And, with that, we'll go to our next testifier. Should be Pike Ainsworth.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Pike Ainsworth. I'm representing farmers and the Alaskan people on 5 AAC 92.029. Food security is an extremely serious issue, especially now during wartime, COVID-19, Stores have been consistently out of food. The price of meat has skyrocketed, making red meat unattainable to most Alaskans. I have a proposal. I'd like to add emu to the clean list, as emus, ostriches, and rheas are already approved by the USDA for all 50 states, and they are also raised in Canada. I'd like to add emu to the clean list because we've been doing work for years trying to come up with a way that we can make our own heart-healthy, safe red meat that's approved for cardiac patients. Extreme athletes use this to boost their health. We want to be able to provide meat to all our near communities like Port Graham, Soldovia, Manwellick, Iliamna, Anchor Point, the Kenai Peninsula. The American Emu Association supports this. The emu meets all the requirements in 92.029. The state biologist was also behind this, but wasn't given permission to speak on it. Maybe he could be able to speak on it later. The emu meat is super easy to raise. We can use Delta barley. We can buy all our own feed in state. I work for local government, and we've been thinking about what happens if we have a natural disaster, an emergency. We can't get barges into Anchorage. We've looked at hooking up a trailer system to offload in Homer. We only have about 2 or 3 days of food. Should something happen to those shipping lanes, we could leave the state without food, and we could all suffer. With a war going on right now, this is all the more important. You can easily raise an emu on very little feed. They are not hard on the ground. They won't hurt and damage soft soils. So we don't have to use all the resources. We don't have to raise something with thousands of gallons of water for 2 years. Emu can be hatched from an egg and be ready to market within 6 months. It's a good benefit to all our people to provide meat. Like the previous caller was saying, by the time a lot of meat gets up here and gets distributed to the outlying village, it's already spoiled. Many of it is filled with hormones, stuff that's cancerous. We can do better for our people, and we can do it in state. We can capture not only the health for our people, but we can capture the revenue stream of all that money going out of our state and into other states. We can get rid of the waste of having to have it travel thousands of miles in refrigerated ships, offloaded and trucked. I hope people think about this, think about the other people that are struggling right now that can't afford to pay $30, $40 for a little bit of meat at the store. This is about Alaska and our families and our community and making our state better. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Pike. It's really been a great topic to research. Are you planning on raising your emus for meat? Is that for profit, or are you going to donate or distribute that stuff?
I have no plans on doing this, so I'm not seeking any financial benefit for myself. I'd like all these people interested in raising emu to be able to make this choice on their own. Some people would like them as pets. Some people would like to be able to utilize the resource for therapeutic oils, meat, leather, feathers, eggs. The eggshells have a high amount of value for carving. But at this time, I just want to share a system that I created to make aircrete geodesic domes so that no outside heat would be required, no outside electricity and other resources need to be wasted to raise these. It's simple that one person can build themselves, and they can also use these for other types of animal and poultry too, to save on electricity and resources.
One follow-up. Just out of curiosity, would you have an estimate of what a pound of emu meat would retail for?
When the first emus showed up to the United States, a breeding pair was around $25,000. but now you can buy an egg for an emu to hatch for about $90 a piece. So it's become way more economically feasible. And with so many states raising emu and the Emu Association helping create an awareness about this, it's come down a lot. So it can be raised very cheaply. I imagine any farmer using Delta barley to raise their emu and other resources that they have on hand, they could grow it very cheaply, anywhere from $3 to $5 a pound easily. An adult bird weighs about 140 pounds, 150 pounds, and you can get anywhere from 60 to 90 pounds of salvageable meat, fat, and oil.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, thank you for your testimony. And
thank you.
Next, we go to Jackie Boyer.
Mr. Chair, this is Kyle from Board Support. We do not have Jackie on the line, nor do we have the next caller, Lenny Wood, but we are ready to move on to Colt Foster.
Okay, Colt Foster, you may go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. They're joining the meeting now.
Okay.
Colt should be online now.
Yeah, Colt, go ahead and give your testimony.
Hey, all right. Hey, good afternoon, board members. My name's Colt Foster. You guys got me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, great. Hey, today I'd like to testify in support of Proposal 267 to limit non-resident sheep hunting in Unit 19C. I am the president of Resident Hunters of Alaska, and this is a proposal by our organization. But today I'm actually testifying on behalf of myself and my family and really my 2 young kids. I was born and raised in Alaska, and I chose to return back to Alaska after college, and really in large part because of the hunting adventures I had as a kid. I'd like to see those opportunities continue for my children and future generations, as I'm sure we all really do. I've hunted sheep in Unit 16 and 19 for over 30 years, while being very selective for the age class and quality of the rams taken by our family. Unfortunately, as reflected in flying surveys and harvest numbers that you guys have from the department, there's been a drastic decrease in the overall sheep population. I've personally seen this to be the case both during summer scouting and boots on the ground hunting in the area. And this observation is, confirmed by really anyone else who's spent some time over the last few years in Unit 19. That's why there's been lots of these proposals and agenda change requests over the last couple years here. I believe we are at the point where we really need to make changes to help protect the sheep population to avoid having to go to a full drawing system. Nobody wants more areas of Alaska to become drawing only, like the Chugach Range. And as we all know, we can't control the changing weather patterns or the habitat changes or the lamb crops. And we can't control predation very well or avalanches, but we can control hunting pressure on the sheep herd. And consistently, the most pressure and the highest harvest numbers have come from the guided non-resident hunters in 19C. I mean, last year alone, we had 85% of the harvest from non-resident hunters. So this really has to be limited first. I'm hopeful that we're not too late in making these changes, but I truly believe that we need to be proactive rather than reactive in 19C. So I'd urge the board to consider adopting Proposal 267. Thanks for the time, everybody.
Thank you, Colt. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Colt. That was pretty crystal clear. I just have a question for you. Do you believe there's harvestable surplus of mature rams left on the mountainside every year?
Yeah, I think that there is. What that number truly is, it's hard to say. I mean, I know Fish and Game's doing their best trying to do harvest statistics and flying surveys. I think there are some mature rams, but there's not much out there in 19C.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I'm not seeing none. Thank you for your testimony, Colt. And
Hey, I appreciate it.
okay. And the next one should be Layla Berbevic or Paul Forward.
Yes, hi.
Okay, Layla.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, and go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thank you for listening to my testimony today. I live in Anchorage, and I am involved in the cat rescue community. I've been involved for about 5 years as a volunteer. And I've learned a lot in a short period of time. And I want to urge you in support of the proposal 144 from Trap, Neuter, Vaccinate, Return programs in Alaska. I want to speak to what I've learned in my experience with rescue groups, and specifically as relating to our lands here. So one big thing that I think that I've noticed is I mean, obviously it's a concern, is that cats get a rap that they're, invasive species, and that they may be invading our wildlands. I just want to speak to, in my experience, that most unmanaged colonies, most communities of stray cats, feral cats, if you will, tend to be where people are, not in lands that are occupied and already destructed by people. So near communities, near apartment complexes, trailer parks, mainly in residential areas, and some industrial areas, but again, those are already changed by people. So the native species that typically suffer from the unspayed and unaltered cat populations are not typically in the wild areas. So historically, I'm not sure how much information you've been given so far, but historically, the standard procedure is euthanasia in shelters, people bring in cats, and the problem's just getting worse, the cat population problem. We see often that if there's a responsible person to take care of a colony, to get them fixed, the colony can eventually be eliminated. And I just wanted to speak to that there's a lot of conversation, and in my experience, I found that most of the animals that I've encountered and from the rescue groups that I've heard that we've taken in is from our communities where there's residential areas, rather than not in some, in the woods somewhere where people aren't aware that, there are populations there. So it's really a human error. And I think it's our responsibility to kind of get involved again and manage this problem that the species is experiencing and impacting our community. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Leah. That was great. Could you tell us how many colonies of cats you've eliminated using this process?
So I personally have not eliminated any. All I know is what I've spoken with rescuers who have been much longer in doing this work. I've seen colonies get smaller just as cats age out. But I have material that I can email to the board and submit that reflects research that's been done in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I think the next is Paul Forward.
Yes, hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. My name is Paul Forward. I'm a lifelong Alaskan and avid hunter for the last 30 plus years. And I wanted to speak to a couple proposals today. The first I'm going to kind of group them together, is proposals 135, 136, 137, and 139. And to the best of my understanding, the basic purpose of all those proposals is to undo the previous proposal 207 that made aerial scouting for sheep illegal. I'm strongly in opposition to proposals 135, 136, 137, and 139, and feel that the initial decision to create proposal 207 was one of the best decisions the Board and Game has made in my lifetime as a hunter. I believe this for several reasons. The first is that, as we've been hearing throughout this meeting and from our biologists in recent sessions, our sheep populations are not doing well in the state of Alaska. And it seems to me that the authors of those proposals would essentially work to make sheep hunting a little bit easier overall, and increase access, increase airplanes in those areas, and increase the potential for harassment of those sheep. I don't think that we should be making sheep hunting easier right now. I think we should be, if anything, finding ways to make it more challenging, more difficult, so we can preserve our non-draw hunting areas. Of note, there's ongoing research I'm sure a lot of people are aware of by Brad Wendling, looking to see if even the harvest of just mature rams has an adverse effect on sheep populations. And I'll be interested to see what that shows. But anecdotally, a lot of people feel that may well be the case, not to mention the adverse effects of airplanes flying around the nursery herds. Secondly, I feel that the increased use of airplanes for hunting takes away some of the opportunities for hunters who can't afford, don't have access to airplanes because of the increased efficiency of airplane hunting or airplane hunters. Just a review of the sheep hunting statistics over the last few years show that in some units, success rates, particularly for non-residents utilizing airplanes, are in the, even without in-season scouting, are still in the 60-70% success rates. In some areas, those success rates were even higher prior to the implementation of 207. We have really high success rates in those areas as a result of airplane hunting. And in my experience, the challenge of sheep hunting, as someone who's a dedicated traditional bow hunter for sheep, the challenge is just finding the sheep. And even with a bow, once I've located a legal ram, it's not particularly difficult to get in position to kill one, much less with a rifle. And so I think by opening up more opportunities for aerial scouting, we're just making sheep hunting much easier in a time when we should be thinking about finding ways to make it more difficult. Secondly, the authors of some of those proposals, particularly author of proposal 137, brings up the concern about the lack of enforceability of that law. And I would say to that many fishing game laws are very difficult to enforce. We're hunting in remote places in a very large state without a huge law enforcement presence. And I don't see that this is that much different than many other laws, such as same-day shooting or a myriad other laws that we all adhere to. I think that just like the other laws we adhere to, when violators are found, they should be made an example of. But in general, I think that our hunting community are law-abiding citizens and will follow the rules. The author of that same proposal, 137, illustrates that himself by stating that even though this is an unenforceable rule, he's abided by it and avoided doing things that he felt might be perceived as illegal because he was concerned about the law. So I think, the best laws are the ones that don't need to be enforced. And it seems that at least a significant portion of the population are following this law without significant enforcement. I've heard concerns raised about the aviation safety factor of the existing law and the concern that somebody might perceive pilots flying around looking for a safe alternative landing site as aerial sheep scouting. I just go back to the point that nobody has been cited, as far as I know, and as far as those authors have mentioned, for this law. And as someone who has I've spent a ton of my life in helicopters and airplanes flying in mountainous terrain. And I don't think that any of the pilots that I know or work with would say that having a law against sheep scouting would prevent them from safely navigating in a mountainous landscape. I think that is just simply not a true situation. I also wanted to speak to Proposal 138, which is connected to this, and say I'm strongly in support of Proposal 138. For all the reasons above, I don't think that I've mentioned above, I don't think that aerial scouting for sheep is consistent with the basic ethos of fair chase hunting. I don't think that any animal spotted from the air is truly a fair chase hunting experience, but particularly sheep, which once you identify their location, they're fairly easy to kill. I would say that 138 is a step in the right direction in equalizing the situation where anytime there's any sheep hunt, draw hunt or otherwise in our state, there would be no aerial spotting. I personally witnessed this in some of the late season Chugach draw hunts. I've seen aerial scouting there. And I believe that it may occur during the youth season as well. It's certainly not the example I would want to be setting for our young hunters.
Could you wrap up?
Scouting from the air.
Your time is...
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Oh, I apologize. And then just one last one real quick. I just wanted to say on proposal, sorry, lost my place here. 123 and 124, electronic rangefinders. As a lifelong bow hunter, to have no place in bow hunting. There's been a constant technological creep in archery hunting, and we should be preventing the equipment from becoming overly sophisticated and more akin to rifle hunting. I apologize for going over my time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members? Hearing none, thanks again for your testimony. And we should go to John Lavelle.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is John Lavelle. I'm here speaking to you on behalf of the Bethel Advisory Committee. I will go through the proposals we took action on one by one. Starting with Proposal 101 and 102. We oppose 101 and 102. Our group is not opposed to crossbows. However, we do not believe crossbows should be allowed in archery-only hunts. And in 102, if it's defined as a primitive weapon, it could be allowed in those archery-only hunts. Proposal 119, we fully support with an amendment to strike Tier 2 from the language. That's the proposal with muskox added to proxy hunting. Here on the YK Delta, muskox hunters understand why this is not a subsistence animal. We support this as populations are closely managed, and it doesn't matter who kills the muskox with the permit someone did receive. Proposal 120, we support this. This would allow those who can't make the trip moose hunting into moose hunting areas in the winter where we live a chance to get someone else a moose for them. Proposal 121, we oppose Proposal 121. This could create serious conflict between hunters traditionally stalking an animal fair chase and those wishing to pursue them with big game or pursue big game with the dogs. Proposal 123 and 124, We support 123 and 124, allowing electric rangefinders and integrated bow sights. We believe that this would lead to cleaner kills, leading to less animals being wounded and getting away or wasted. Proposal 125, we oppose. Crossbows, we do not believe should be allowed in archery-only hunts. We see that we believe it could lead to an increased harvest in those hunts, drastically changing the successful harvest percentage for those weapons-restricted hunts, leading to fewer opportunities in the future for traditional archers. 129, which was the required use of expanding soft point bullets. We believe this is hard to enforce, and in the bush, it's hard for our hunters to find any kind of bullets, let alone a specific type. This would drastically impact our hunters with our limited supply of ammunition. Proposal 131, bird wings. Bird wings and backs traditionally have been used throughout Alaska for trapping purposes. We support getting back the use of using backs and wings of geese, cranes, and swans statewide for trappers. Proposal 133, we support. We just believe there's no reason to oppose it. It's just adding more opportunities for hunter harvest. And that was proposal on adding bow and arrow as a legal method for taking beavers. Proposal 134, the use of cameras or sensory devices to monitor trap locations. We support, it could allow for a quicker dispatch of trapped animals. We see no way in which this could increase the trapper's harvest, and it also would not work in most of rural Alaska due to limited cell phone service. Proposal 146, which is limit big game registration permit to one per year per species. We support this with an amendment that it should only be limited to big game limited registration permits per species per year. In other words, as long as the number of registration permits are not limited, then a person should be able to get as many as they want. Proposal 147 and 148, they'll allow the sale of prepared game trophies under a permit and allow persons over 65 to sell trophies and rugs. We do support these two proposals. A person should be able to sell their prepared trophy from a legally harvested animal if they wish. Proposal 153, require all 153, establish a bonus point system for bison and muskox drawing hunt. We oppose this. We like that everyone currently has an equal opportunity every year they apply. Proposal 158, we oppose moose meat to dog mushers. Enforcement would be hard and could lead many mushers to feeding moose that was not obtained in this manner. Proposal 162, rabbits should be salvaged for use. We support whether that be trapping, human consumption, or other reasons, but they definitely should not be left in the field, so we support that proposal. Proposal 169, prohibit the harvest of white animals. We oppose that. Proposal 239, we oppose having permits for small registration hunts available online. We prefer having permits available only in the hunt area for those small registration hunts. It allows for local residents to have the opportunity for those limited hunts. Proposal 253 and 262 we support. And that is everything that we took action on. Are there any questions?
Questions from board members? Stosh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you for that testimony, that report from your AC. I got a couple questions. First one is, can you give us a little bit of dialogue, what your group had regarding proposal 169, the white animal proposal?
Yeah, so on proposal 169, we talked a lot about it and talked about the traditional native views on it. And we ended up coming up with the proposal is really poorly written and not stated completely clearly, as it didn't single out, if I can remember correctly from our discussion, it didn't specifically single out like albino or piebald animals. It just mentioned white animals.
Okay.
Our notes say that it was poorly written and not clearly stated.
Okay, thank you, John. And the second question is, doesn't sound like your AC took up proposal 171, the one for Unit 19A being divided up. And if you didn't, how come?
We did not take that up. It was not on our agenda that we got. And that's all I know is why we didn't take that up. It wasn't in our board minutes or our board packet to go through.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah.
Orville.
Thank you, John. So, I was wondering on 239 if one of the reasons you guys opposed it was internet connection out in rural Alaska, because I know in some of our villages like Kayakuk, some days we just can't get a hold of anybody in there.
Okay. So our main justification for 239 is we were thinking of the small hunts like on the Good News where you have to be in town to get your permit, to get your registration permit a week or two ahead of the season. And we wanted that to stay that way so that it's for the local people and not, you wouldn't have people from all over the state coming out for a very limited hunt.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So John, following up on Orville's question there, so if it was a registration hunt that didn't have a harvest quota, would you support those being available online?
I can't speak on behalf of the AC because we didn't particularly take that into consideration. We were thinking mainly of our limited registration hunts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I spoke on that, it would be my personal testimony, which I can't do at this time.
Okay, any additional questions from board members? If not, again, thank you for your service on the AC and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And next, it should be Nicholas Kamarov. Or Kamarov. Is he on?
Yes, through the chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. Nicholas Kamarov, Central Kuskokwim Advisory Committee. Let me see, I'll start off with proposal 171, which is the short description is proposal to split unit 19A into 2 subunits. Our group supports that. We'd like to keep those 2 areas separate because the moose was slow to rebound back up in the Holitna River area, and it gives them, the locals up there, better opportunity because that's been down for quite a while, quite some time. And then proposal 239, which is the let me see, short description permits to be available online. We oppose that on account of most rural villages out here have hard time to access internet. We'd have to go certain places like the TC or community hall, not community hall, TC, wherever there's a city that may have access. So we'd like it to be out where we could get them, like the previous gentleman stated, locally, where people could pick them up from vendors. And that one there. Up to 163, we took no action because, let me see. bullets for big game animals. Was it the Central Cusco Committee felt that this was an ethical issue and should not be a legal issue. We agreed that hunters should take whatever actions necessary to salvage their harvests and bring them out of the field, and that many here teach their younger generation and pass on traditional values as to how to harvest and track animals if they ever may have wounded and lost it. So we teach that to our upcoming hunters. And if they lost their animal, they may not have food for the winter. Okay. 129, we opposed because of ethical issues. And we felt the same way about the previous one. Anyway, we all 10 opposed. That this should be taken up during training and learning, as well as shot placement where hunters would take their animals. We tried to teach them how to harvest correctly and stuff like that to make sure they're one shot, one kill if possible. Let me see. For 119, 120, we supported unanimously. We're in favor of both proposals. Proxy hunting is a common practice in our area for elders or widowers or people who are unable to go out there and get them themselves. So we have to try to get people, either family members or some other hunters, to volunteer to do that. Proposal 146. The proposal limit big game restrictions permits to one species per year. We unanimously opposed that. And the biggest concern we have for that 146 is it would affect a lot of us in the Central Kuskokwim area where we hunt, depending on the area, whether it's 18, 19, and 21. They're right in our backyard, so to speak. That's one is north, west, and then 21 would be north of us, and then 19 is our main along the corridor, river corridor. So most people in this area have a tag for either one of those areas. So we'd like to keep it as is. Proposal number 245. Short. We oppose the elimination requirement to salvage the meat off ribs because we'd rather, most people in this area, and that's probably for our area, I don't know about big game hunters, but everybody takes home everything they could salvage and eat, and a lot of people like to chew on or cook foods. I feel it's unethical to leave ribs in the field and too easy to abuse the system to make it look like meat was salvaged by cutting in between ribs, and we oppose that. 245. And then 247, short description, legal taking of wolves, predation. We opposed 247 we opposed. And moose mortalities often occur by predators, including wolves and bears, and wolf control is needed in our area to assist with moose populations. And those were the few that I just wanted to touch on because those were just the ones affecting our area. However, we did really support upriver 140, what was it? 171, I believe it was. Anyway, those are mine. If there's any questions, I'll try my best to answer them.
Thank you. Questions from board members? I'm hearing no questions, so I think you're off the hook. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next person online should be Peter Barilla, or Barella.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and the rest of the board. I appreciate the opportunity. I'd like to just comment. I had sent in some written comments, so I'm not going to verbatim go over what I had sent in, but just to let you know that how I feel on proposals 136 and 137. Really, it's an unenforceable, which I'm sure you've heard quite a bit of talk on, but speaking to Department of Wildlife Troopers, that it really is an unenforceable regulation, and the money that's spent by the state to try and investigate is, I think they could use those resources to investigate other matters in the state for our wildlife that'd be more beneficial to the conservation. Proposal 139, I'm in favor of changing the language. We already have a regulation regarding harassment of wildlife, and that includes not just airplanes but snow machines and four-wheelers, and I'm sure horses could be included in there, but I'm in favor of 139. I oppose proposal 267 to discriminate against the non-residents to come here and hunt I think is going to open a can of worms for the state, and to put it on a draw to non-resident hunters is unfavorable in many ways regarding what the non-residents do contribute to the state, what the guiding industry does contribute to the state besides employing multiple industries and financially helping out multiple families that work for them and the surrounding transporters and restaurants, hotels, all that. So in hospitals itself, I don't know if you're aware that there's a lot of meat that is donated to Providence Hospital by the guiding industry that helps support the holistic healing of patients there in the hospital, and the guide industry does itself donate a lot of meat to that hospital itself, as well as villages out in the areas. I oppose proposal 138. Again, I believe there is a regulation already. We cannot hunt until 3 a.m. the next day. Proposal 146 regarding registration, the amount of registrations you can register for. I'm speaking primarily for goats. There's times where weather cannot allow you to get into a particular spot where you want to hunt, and registration areas that's what they are. They're regulated by the department to keep the quotas, to keep the herds healthy, and they have a quota for each different registration area. And sometimes you will have just a river bottom will split an area to two separate registration areas, so it gives a guy to hunt one side or the other, or whatever, if the game isn't on that side due to predator pressure, or they're just not there. He can hunt the other side of the drainage, or if you can't get in because due to weather, you can go to another area. So in that, I oppose 146. Proposal 147, I think would create future problems for our conservation efforts. The selling of taxidermy work, I think will influence people to harvest animals more than they need, and would create a market for our wildlife on other people's walls, if you will. And really, those are some proposals that I had. Those are my concerns, and I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I hope you guys do take into account everybody's thoughts, and I wish you the best with decisions that you have to make. You have any questions?
Thank you. Questions for board members? No, I don't see any questions from the board members here, and I'm sure that we'll try to consider everybody's thoughts as well as we can. So thanks again.
Well, thank you again. Have a wonderful afternoon. Bye.
Bye. And at this time, I checked, but I don't think there should be anyone else online on the phone. And so we're going to recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., not 8:30, because Sunday you get an extra half an hour.